girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the Ooredoo Nation MCCS Season 4 already, and we are here on the match of TZY Brothers versus Elpida tonight. And in the casting deck, this is me with you, Prerona, and with me is Gambit.
Hello guys, we are here and we're ready for an action-packed day as the teams prepare to face off in what promises to be a very high-stakes tournament. And we already see that the bans are already started. with LPD going out for the Carmilla ban, and immediately it is replied with the Zushin ban. What do you think about these opening bans, Prerna?
We talk about Zushin and Carmilla. Since this is a very meta-oriented band, I have been saying because Zushin is a new addition till, and yeah, that's gonna be a very problematic hero, problematic mage and support. And on the other hand, if we talk about Carmilla, her ultimate as well as her second skill is very dangerous. I would say, and the EZY brothers have banned that Ruby as well. So I believe they are going in for the roamer and EXP oriented ban at this first phase. So the next ban would be Chip, and as we talk about Chip, that's an amazing support hero as well, support tank as well. So at this point, if we look at the current draft, it is going to be the meta-oriented heroes, I believe. What do you think?
And yes, both the teams are drafting very carefully here because every pick could mean the difference between victory and defeat. And we do see that Team LPD have chosen for the Hayabusa ban, so they are probably going to not allow the opponent to go in for those sneaky kills, but they do reply with the Ling ban. So it is a very interesting contest so far, and LPD do manage to pick up the Soyo as their first pick. And let's see what does Team TZY do as a counter pick for this hero. What do you think, Prerna? What should they probably go for? There are a lot of options still open, I see.
That they would be going in for that jungle as well, since there is Genji TZ and Pingu TZ as well. So let's see what they actually go for, because I'm not sure yet that which hero they might go for, since this is the first two heroes, and which strategy they are going to follow. And we can see they have picked out that Alpha as their jungler, as I was saying, and Dynasty on the other hand picked that Kacha. So Elpida would be securing the next two heroes, I believe. So I guess they would be going in for the mage at this point, because if they do not go for that, the other mages might get banned over there. And while saying this, they have went in for that. They are hovering over Valentina and Sicilian as well. So this is confusing. So what do you think? Which hero is gonna be?
And they are actually showing a lot of heroes. Perhaps they're trying to get into the minds of the opponents, and they finally do end up locking with the Minsita. I think this is a counter pick for the Garukacha, so that the Garukacha won't be able to initiate more freely and has to think twice. And at the same time, there is Sicilian, who will burst out a lot of damage as the game progresses. And let's see what does TZY do to counter this picks. But we have to keep in mind that since Suyo was the first pick and they did pick the Alpha to counter the Suyo, both teams are actually looking for a very good damage output gameplay. So if that is the strategy, we have to see what mage do Team TZY pick to counter the Sicilian.
Exactly, because in the late games, the Sicilian would be a problematic hero for anyone to face off, and I believe they would be going in for a damage-oriented mage here. And with that being said, we can see that they have went in for the Kagura. So Kagura can be played in freestyle and as well as many strategies. So the next band would be coming in from the side of TZY brothers. That is going to be the Nathan. So they do not want more damage on their opponent, I see. So what do you
Teams
think?
are actually preferring damage as their key front, as we do see that both teams are actually preferring damage heroes. But damage is not the only way to approach the match. So it is going to be very interesting how these bans play out in the second phase. We do see Export being banned out, and it gets tricky because both gold laners are still open. A lot of heroes are still up for grabs, but you have to make sure that your combination fits your game plan, because the game plan is what is going to take you to that victory stage.
Exactly, and the last band will be coming out from the side of TTP brothers, and I believe they would go in for marksman-oriented ban once again. And yes, with that being said, we can see them banning out that Roger. And as we all know, that Roger could be a very good marksman in that goal lane area, and the amount of mobility he has along with his damage is amazing. So that was the last ban coming out from them. And for this whole drafting phase, this is going to be the last ban from Elpido. So let's see what hero they actually pick on, and they have went in for the Charizla. So in the EXP lane, there would be no Charizla, there would be no Ruby. So I believe that there would be a Yuzong, or it could be Edith. What do you think?
Yeah, probably it's going to be something that could give them a bit more of sustainability because they do have that Garot Gacha that can probably go in the XP lane if it's needed. It's most probably likely to be in the roaming position, but we will find out shortly as we see what TZ Brothers do take up for their pick. And I must say that given the draft so far, it does favor Team Elpido, but you have to keep in mind that they are putting it a bit for the late game so far. We have to see what do they pick up for their marksman. As we were discussing this, Team TZ Brothers do pick up the Tigreal, which is again a very good team fight hero. So they do go for that team fight sustainability game plan. Let's see what do the Team Elpido do to counter this pick.
Exactly. Since on the side of TZ Brothers, there is a lot of crowd control as well as a lot of damage on their side. So I believe from the side of Elpido, we would be seeing another hero that might just be a problematic hero for the team TZ Brothers. And along with that, we can see they have went in for the Granger and Minotaur. So I believe this is gonna be very confusing because Granger is showing up that Retribution, and Suyu just changed to Petrify. So Suyu would be going in for the marksman area, or I believe it's gonna be Mincetar. Sorry, it's gonna be Mincetar in the marksman area, and Suyu would be going in for the EXP lane. So yeah, that's a very tricky strategy they are hoping for.
It does seem like that Team Elpida has proven both of us wrong, and they have gone for the jungler in the sense of picking Granger. But as you said, this is a high risk, high reward strategy. Given the composition of the enemy, they do have the Airtel, they do have the Kagura, so they have that burst damage potential, and at the same time, they have the sustainability from the Garukacha and that team fight from Tigreal. So it will be very fun to see that how do those team fights shape up.
Exactly, since they have an Arethyl in their side as a marksman. So I believe that since there is a fighter in the marksman lane for the side of Elpida, I believe they would be falling behind in the late game section. But let's see actually how they execute the game. And if we talk about the whole drafting phase, which team would you give the upper hand?
Considering the drafting, you would consider that the TZ Brothers do have a much more reliable draft, whereas Team Elpida, they have gone for a more riskier draft. But as I said, it is about which team manages to secure those win conditions that will ensure the result in their favor. So we have to wait and find out that which team is enabled to do that as we will dive into the Land of Dawn for Game 1. And as we see, the junglers are making their way to their buffs. Mincetar is already there helping out on the parallel buff to Granger, perhaps to speed up the process of the jungling.
I believe that as well. And Minotaur is there to help him as well. And Sicilian is rotating towards that place as well. But if we talk about Sicilian, he has his first skill as well as second skill. So that would give him the upper hand in clearing out the minions, I believe. And there is a competition in the Little Wanderer section, I see. And the Team Elpida wins the first Little Wonder over there. So things are looking quite passive at this situation, as it should. Nothing crazy is going on. But if you look at the bottom lane area, Gatot Kacha would be facing two of the heroes. And I believe he might get cornered out if he doesn't retreat from the situation, because we are seeing him getting a lot of damage from the side of Elpida, but somehow actually Soyo gets a lot of damage as well, so he had to retreat, and the rotation might go towards that top lane area, I would say, because if Minsitar wants to pick off on that Iritel, I believe he would need a lot of help at the first period. And the rotation is going towards this Midland area. And what do you think? Would they be able to secure the first blood already?
We did see that the Suyo was forced to use out the flicker, so that is a win for the Garutkacha. And as I was saying, that Garutkacha does get picked off, and immediately you see the pressure being authorized by TZ Brothers as the turtle spawns in the bottom side. And they do have an upper hand at this point. We have to see what goes on. Granger manages to secure the turtle, and it does seem like they are having an advantage in this early snowball due to their draft, but it's going to come down to the fact that who dishes out the damage. As you said, team that manages to secure those win conditions from an early stage will get the upper hand, snowball, and get through all of the match.
Mhm. Exactly, and in the bottom lane area, we are seeing that Suyu and Cecilian are trying to put up continuous pressure on that Garut Kacha, and we can see Cecilian had to retreat because he has to clear out the minions on his lane, and the rotation is going towards that bottom lane area. But no one, Suyu was able to somehow sustain in the position. And if we look at the current situation, it is just it is just almost a 700 goal lead from the side of Elpida, and the second Let Wanderer, I believe, would be going to them as well. So I don't think before the second turtle there would be any fight coming out from any of the teams. But let's see what happens actually, and we can see that Tigreal somehow initiated on that Minotaur. Minotaur have to deal with a lot of damage, and he has to retreat. But if we look at the top lane area, Minsitar might get cornered out by two of the players from the side of TV Brothers, and he is dealing a lot of damage as well, Gambit.
Yeah, and we did see the Minotaur almost getting caught off guard, but managed to escape. And there is an initiation going on in the top lane. No casualties so far, but both teams are showing their intent that no, none are gonna step behind. They are here to fight, and they will fight. As we see in the bottom lane as well, Suyo is actually proving to be a difficulty for the Garutkacha, it seems.
Exactly, and we have seen Kagura rotating towards our place, but she had to retreat as well. The fight has initiated in the bottom lane area, and I believe that Garutaka might get cornered out over here, and he uses his ultimate. But things are looking very confusing at this point, and no one was able to secure any kill. And we can see the Garutaka dealt a lot of damage. He was able to retrieve from the situation with a very low HP, and the second turtle has spawned already. So we have to wait for the next fight in the turtles area, and we can see from the side of LP that they are trying to zone out that turtle. So what do you think, Gambit? Who would be able to secure this?
And once again, Granger does manage to secure the turtle. A very deep initiation from Tigreal could not manage to escape this time. Some of these players are really extending their luck, but luck is not always going to favor you. You have to keep that in mind while you're initiating. So I think it would have been better if they would have backed out since they were not in a comfortable position for the turtle. But nonetheless, Granger gets another objective, and it just further boosts their goal to a point that they are in a position of comfort.
Exactly, and in the top lanes area, we can see there is a rotation coming out from both the teams, and TZ Brothers are actually rotating towards the top lane area mostly because they want to feed their marksmen, I believe. And on the meanwhile, I believe they would be trying to corner out that Minsitar over there. They're clearing out the minions, and nothing crazy is going on around this area. And they are just focusing on just securing the objects. And the first turret of this match goes to the side of Elpida. They have secured the bottom list tier 3, and this is an amazing start for them, I would say.
And yes, we did show concerns about the Suyo pick, but so far both of us have been proven wrong. This Suyo is proving to be a problem for Garutkacha, for Team Elpida, but let's see how does it play out in the late game, because they do have to face off against Sicilian, they do have to face off against a Mensitar, which can make it very tricky for the opponents to get away. But at the moment, things are looking very comfortable for the Teaser, and they dive in and secure another kill on the Airtel, and they do manage to get another tower. So you see that they are focusing on the objectives, they are taking minimal risks, and they are getting maximum output.
Exactly, and they would be going in for the mid lane tier 3, and they have secured that as well. And even though Tigreal tried to defend that, but he was unable to do so. So this is going to be the third turtle and the last turtle of this match. And this is going to be secured by that Granger. And we can already see Tigreal risk himself once again, and he gets punished for that. So at this point, since there is no one to take up the damages, I believe the Cheesy brothers should be playing a bit safe at this point, because they have lost all the three turtles, so the snowballing is actually working against them and in favor of Elpida. So if this TZ brother wants to make a comeback to this game, what do you think they should do?
Currently, they're facing a rampage in the form of Team Al-Qaeda. They're giving them no room at all to work on. They are focusing on the objectives, keeping the pressure high. If I were a member of Team TZ Brothers, the first thing I would try to focus on right now is to take a breather and then try to accumulate gold so that I can get my items in. Because if you see the goal gap between the two teams and the itemization of the two teams, you will see there's a big difference right over there. So that should be a priority. But as we are saying this, teams do engage and there is a skirmish going on in the mid lane. Granger does succumb this time, but not did he go alone. He also managed to get another kill. So it was a 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Team TZ brothers, but it is only going to make things much more easier for Team Al Qaeda because they are starting to get that mid to late game damage push.
Exactly, and we can already see the amount of damage coming out from that Sicilian as well as that Granger. And with the amount of healing coming out from the Minotaur, they are getting that advantage, but I don't think Minotaur would be sustaining over here. But Mincetar gets off guard, and you can already see Guncut has been taken out, and Tinkotizi was being taken out as well. The fight still is going on, so let's see if they are able to retrieve from the situation. And Alpha and Erita somehow actually manages to retrieve from the situation, but Kagura in the meanwhile gets taken out by that Kuyu. So the first lord has appeared, so let's see if any type of competition comes out from that Alpha.
And now we do see that Team Empire are in a very comfortable position. Once again, Granger manages to secure that objective, secures the first Lord of Escape, and the Lord will march down from the bottom lane. Since there are no towers except for the inhibitors to defend this Lord will keep the opposition team preoccupied for a while. In the meantime, Team Elpida can push through the other lanes, create further pressure, and it just shows that look at their zoning, look at their gameplay, how they have executed it. Their draft may not have seemed like it was a traditional draft, but they had a plan, they had a mindset, and they are executing that game plan according to their plan.
Exactly, and in the meanwhile, we can see in the mid lane area, TVL tried to immediate and he would be getting punished. And we can already see the fight is still going on. Alpha uses ultimate, but he gets taken out. Minotaur in the meanwhile gets taken out. Darkskacha as well. And Irithel gets taken out along with that Granger being taken out. Double kill secured by that Kuyu. Wiped out coming out from the side of Elpida. And the Lord has marched towards that inhibitor area already, and we can see in all the lanes the minion pressure is in the side of Elpida, so they would be securing this inhibitor, and I believe they would be going in for the base already. Gambit.
Tigreal does come out in time. Could he defend it? And as I said, the Lord will be giving them enough time to focus on another lane. And that is exactly what happened. They were able to secure a wipeout. But it does show that if you plan things accordingly and time things accordingly, you will get the results. But it does seem that Team TZ, they need to recollect, they need to get a game plan together. Perhaps the draft, this match, didn't go according to their plan. They could rework on that in the next game. But till now, this game is not over, so they should not stop trying, and let's see if they can make a comeback.
Exactly that, and for that we have to wait a bit, and we can see in the mid lane area there is a bit of crowd going on, and we can already see that Mincetar tried to initiate on that Kagura over there, but Kagura somehow sustains over there, and we can see that they are putting up a lot of pressure on the players of TZ Brothers and securing the buffs already. And I believe they would be going in for that mid lane's inhibitor in any moment, and there might be a fight going around that mid lane's area, but it's a thing. It's a thing that we have to wait for actually, because the Lord would be coming in 30 seconds. So I don't know yet. I'm not sure if they would be going in for another fight, or they would be just waiting for the second Lord to spawn over there. But in the meanwhile, if we look at Soyu, he is just clearing out the lanes, and that would be giving the Elpida team upper hand, I would say, because already TZ Brothers are facing off a lot of minion pressure in the bottom lane area, and in the meanwhile, double kill was secured by that Ranger. So that's an amazing gameplay coming out from this jungler.
And once again, we do see a very interesting highlight of this match is that discipline showed by Team Elpida. They are not taking any unnecessary risks. They are waiting for their enemies to make a wrong move, and they're capitalizing on those mistakes. And that is the reason they're being able to snowball so easily. And as you see, during the Lord time, there was no necessity for the opposing team. There was no necessity for Team TZ to go in for such an unwanted fight, but they do get up, getting caught, and Team Elpida make the right decisions in the right time, and it just makes it easier for them to secure the Lord. And as you see, that securing objectives do help you get the match under your control. And as we do see, the Lord rushes down the bottom lane. The mid lane inhibitor won't last probably, but we do see the team trying to defend it. And it does seem a bit grim right now for Team TZ Brothers. What do you say, Brona?
Exactly, and a mega kill was secured by Suyu over there. A lot of things are going around the base area of the Team TV Brothers. Double kill secured by that Suyu over there. And two players are just standing and trying to defend the base, but I don't think they would be able to do so for a long time because the minion pressure is there, and they have already lost the base. And the first win goes to Team Elpida. So congratulations to them, since this is the best of three. Still, TZ Brothers have an opportunity to come back to this game.
And yes, an absolute domination by Team Elpida. Commiserations to Team TZ Brothers. Perhaps the draft they had in mind did not go according to plan, so that's something they could work in the next game. And we will be right back with you, ladies and gentlemen. Till then, stay tuned and wait for more exciting Mobile Legends updates.
I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
Guys, to the second round of the first match, and in the previous match, we had seen Team Elpida winning out the first round very aggressively and they were very dominant, I would say. And we are already in the drafting phase. And just to remind you, in the casting deck, this is me
The
with you,
immortal
Prerna, and
one
with
chose
me
me to
is Gambit.
vanquish the shadows that plague
And
this
hello,
world.
guys. Welcome back. And as we've seen from the previous game, Suyo was a very painful menace for Team TZ, and it is no surprise that it is the first ban this
It's like
time around.
God.
And to reply that, Team Elpida do still stick to their first ban from the previous game, which is Carmilla. What do you think about these opening bans, Corona?
I believe Team Elpida have something in their mind already, and they are not scared of losing that to you. And already from the side of TZ Brothers, we're seeing they have went in for the Zushin once again. So I believe from the side of Elpida, this is gonna be a repetitive banning phase once again, because we have seen them banning out these Neuros continuously throughout the whole series, throughout the whole tournaments of this MCCS. And yeah, as I was saying, they have went in for the Ruby once again. So they would be planning on to just banning out the heroes that just might
Still
cause them
waters run
discomfort.
deep.
And already from the side of TZ Brothers, we are seeing they have banned out that Link. So from the side of Elpida, I believe this is going to be Hayabusa. What do you think?
And yes, they are following the sequence of bans from the previous match. The Ling being a typical assassin ban. So to counter that ban, I think there will be another assassin ban. And exactly, there's the Hayabusa ban from the previous game. And the interesting part this time around is the Suyo is not open anymore since it was the first ban. And we do see Team TZ getting the Sicilian as their first pick. And moving on to the picks from Team Elpida, most probably they will stick to their game plan. It did work for them in the previous game. They do pick up the chip this time around since it was open, and they also pick up the Mincetar. So this is an interesting combination coming from their side. Let's see what does Team TZ have to counter these two heroes. Bruno, what do you think is going to be a counter for Chip? Because Chip will give them a new horizon for countering and tanking in different lanes. It will give that extra element of versatility to that team.
I don't think they would be able to use that hero that I was having in my mind, that is the Louis. So they could have teleported as well. So let's see actually how they have planned to defend this chip. And without being safe, we can see from the side of TZ Brothers, they are hovering over that phobias for that EXP lane area. And this time they would be going in with the Roger for the jungler. So let's see which hero Elpida actually locks onto, since there are a lot of options left open. So I believe they should be going in for the mage, and yes, they have went in for the Aurora. So there would be a lot of crowd control from their side already. We can see that, and there would be a lot of pokings and surprise attacks coming out from that chip as well. So already I can see TZ Brothers would be facing a lot of trouble while facing this lineup. What do you think?
And yes, the picks are looking very spicy this time around. I hope we are in for a definite treat this time. We do see that similar approach of high damage from the side of TZ Brothers. They do have got very aggressive picks up front. But as we move on to the second ban phase, there are still a lot of options open since the picks for the gold lane and the picks for the EXP are still open in both sides. Pardon me, not the pick for EXP, but for the pick of junglers. And we do see that the Tigreal is banned this time around from the side of Team Elpida. Perhaps they don't feel that much of comfort with having something like a Tig, which can give such crowd control and that element of surprise for team fights. They do decide to ban it out this time. So in response, we're still waiting for Team TZ Brothers to make a decision. But I do think that they will target a marksman ban. What do you think, Verona?
I think that as well. They will be going in for a marksman ban this time, I believe, or it could be a jungler. And since we have already seen them banning out two of the junglers, that is the Suyu and that Link, but proving us wrong, they have banned out that Khalid. So they thought that Khalid might be a problem for them in the roaming area or in the EXP lane. So they have went in for that, but I don't know what they were actually thinking. And the last ban would be coming in from the side of Elpida, since there is no marksman on the side of TZ Brothers as well. So I believe they should go in for a marksman ban, and proving me wrong once again, they have went up. They have went on banning that Minotaur. So they have just focused on the roaming section. If we just focus on that, because Carmilla is banned, as well as Tigreal, as well as that Minotaur.
This does seem interesting that it has been the case that the team which has proven us casters wrong in the first match ended up winning the game. So perhaps the teams are thinking of this as a good luck charm, both of them trying to prove us wrong. And let's see, the teams are sticking to very interesting bans, but it does keep a lot of options still open for the EXP lane. And saying that, we do see a Terizla pick from the side of Team Elpida. And to counter that, we do see an X4 which was banned in the first match. So what do you think about these offlane picks?
If we talk about these two picks, I believe that Terizla would be facing a lot of trouble facing that X-Bar, because the hybrid damage this thing will be providing would be a menace for them. And already we can see the brothers are hovering over that Valerie. So if we talk about this combination, this might be fatal for them. And I think this time TZ Brothers have a better opportunity to fight off Team Elpida, but on the other side we can see Elpida are hovering over that Amon, and they have locked into that Amon. So this is gonna be an interesting match, because this time we will be seeing Amon versus that Roger. So yeah, things would be looking quite nasty on both sides, if you ask me.
It does seem pretty hard to call that who has the upper hand from these drafts, because both teams are going for very versatile game plans. And if we talk about the win conditions on the side of Elpida, we have to see that if they can utilize that Mincetar properly. And on the side of TZ Brothers, there is of course that element of surprise that the Beleric brings from his taunts, and of course that explosion damage from the X4. So if they can conjure and put those things together perfectly, I think they would have the upper hand in the team fights. But don't forget the Amon and the burst damage the Amon can bring. So it will be an interesting fight to see that who comes out on top of this one. Fair enough.
Exactly, because along with that Balaric, along with that export, there is a Sicilian. So in the mid lane, in the late game period, TZ Brothers would have an upper hand in the damage dealing section, and we are already in the Land of Dawn. And as I always say, that anything can happen in Land of Dawn, so we have to wait for we have to wait a bit for predicting anything. And we are saying that the junglers are focused on their buffs already, and Cecilian and Aurora would be just focusing on clearing out the minion pressure. And if we talk about Cecilian versus Aurora, one has a passive and another has a huge amount of damage coming out from him. So what do you think about these two heroes?
One thing I
Which
am
one is a better
noticing
one?
differently is that the Sicilian this time around does have a flicker instead of a purify. So the Mincetar can get an upper hand due to that. We have to wait and see how the teams actually align themselves for the team fights. But so far, there's just gentle poking going around here and there. Nothing too serious, no one trying to overexert anything. And we do see that the rotations are coming in, the mid laners are following up with the EXP and the roamers. And on the top side, we do see Aurora and Amon being close together. So it comes down to which team actually makes the first move. But so far, both of them are actually playing very passively.
Exactly, because since this is a best of three and already Team Al-Qaeda have won one round, so TZ Brothers would be playing it very safe, and already we can see that they are not trying to throw themselves in anymore, and they are playing very safely. And already in the EXP lane there is a poking going around, and Terizla dealt a lot of damage, and he would be retreating because we can already see a rotation coming towards that area, and a lot of damage was taken by that Amon, and he has to retrieve from the situation. But the turtle is here, so let's see what actually happens over there, Gambi.
And yes, we do see that both the Roger and the Amon both have huge damage potentials from a very early stage. So it will be problematic for each other that who gets on top, but we do see Ammon getting caught and Roger gets the pick off. So it should be an easy turtle for the side of TZ Brothers, but let's see what happens. And we do see both teams are actually engaging in a skirmish, getting caught by the chip, and the chip does manage to get the kill of Phobius. And a huge fight has broken down in place of the turtle. It does end up in a 3-for-3 trade off.
Exactly. And we are seeing that Team Elpida are already trying to commit on the turtle, and I believe they would secure this turtle without any contest. And with that being said, we can see that Amon was the one to secure this turtle. So the snowballing has started from the side of Elpida already, and we can see even if though they were able to secure the turtle, but they are lagging behind in gold. That is interesting. So we have to wait for a few more minutes to actually predict anything because this both the teams are actually playing very unpredictable gameplays over here, and already we can see that Chief tried to initiate onto that Baleric. Do you think that was a wise decision?
Thing is that no team is going to try to step behind, because the last time the team that actually let the other team get the upper hand ended up giving away the match to them. So that will still play in the back of their minds, as we do see in the top lane there is an initiation, and Celian does manage to get a hold of that Ammon and Chip, and it is another initiation from the side of Mincetar, and Mincetar does secure the kill of Belleric. So as I was saying, both teams, they are here to fight. They know what's at stake. Roger does go in for the dive, doesn't get the kill, might get caught, but no, manages to get away. And this is the thing that I was talking about, the Sicilian having the flicker instead of the purify, although he did not need to use it this time around. But there is that chance of getting caught due to the Minciter, due to the Terizla. So he has to play it very safe, and he has to have a great map awareness to know that when he is in a position of discomfort and when he can get out or when he can get caught. So he has to play very sensibly in these situations, Prana.
Exactly, and things are looking quite passive at the situation. Even though Elpida were lagging behind in gold, they are leading in gold at this point. They have made a comeback already. The second turtle has spawned, and we can already see from the side of Elpida, they are trying to zone out the turtle. And I believe that there might be another fight breaking out in any moment because from both the teams, we are seeing a rotation towards that turtle area. But Amon, on the other hand, gets the turtle without any type of contest, and the rotation still is going around that mid lane area to that EXP lanes area, and we are seeing that Phobius facing off that Terizla, and Terizla being so tanky is still sustaining against that Phobius, and I believe that he would be getting a lot of upper hands in this situation. And already in the mid lanes area, we can see the Sicilian getting caught up, and he was taken down by that Aurora instead, and Valeric gets taken out as well. On the other hand, Mincitar got taken up by that Roger, and there was an initiation, an amazing initiation, I would say, from the side of Team Elpida.
And exactly, and that is why I was saying the thing about having the flicker instead of having the purify. We do see that the Sicilian did try to pull off an escape with the flicker, but it's not the same thing that a purify offers you. Perhaps the result would have been still the same, but still that purify does give you that opportunity to not get affected. And it also plays on the minds of the opponents that you do have a purify. So they will have to think carefully about whether or not initiating on you. But if we talk about the junglers, Prerna, if we see Oppenheimer has up till now a perfect record in terms of securing the objectives. He has got all the turtles from the previous match. He secured both the lords in the previous match, and so far he's gotten the turtles in this match as well. So credit is due. Credit is deserved where it is due. He has been perfect so far. As I was saying, perhaps it's the commentator's curse. He gets caught up in the bot lane, and as I was praising him, he does end up giving his kill. So perhaps it wasn't wise of me to praise him so much. Perhaps he was listening to me and lost focus. But we do see that the turtle is going to spawn in a few moments. And Team Al-Qaeda do have the upper hand this time. They did go and secure a position in the turtle, although Ayman was not there. But let's see what happens.
Exactly, because we are already seeing from the side of Team LP that they are trying to zone out the turtle already, and I believe this is gonna be another turtle for them without any contest, even though there was a Baloric to poke them out. But Aman was the one to secure this turtle once again. So as you were saying, that Aman has not missed any of the objectives yet, and he proves you right this time. And in the meanwhile, mid lane's area, we can see there was a chance of a fight breaking out, but somehow Baloric sustains the situation and he was able to retrieve from the situation. And if we look at the bottom lane area, Teresa is just clearing out the minions over there. And if we look at top lane area as well, Minsitar is still trying to clear out the minions. So at this point, both the teams have secured one tower, and we are seeing that from the side of Team LP that they are going in for the mid lane tier 2, and already we have seen another kill secured by the Chip. Chip has been taken down as well. Double kill secured by that Xborg, and that was very easy for him to secure the kill of that Charizla over there. But in the meanwhile, if you look at that Amon, he is stealing the red buff of that Roger. So this would give him an upper hand in this situation. So far, I would say Amon has been giving an amazing gameplay. He is showcasing an amazing gameplay at this point.
And yes, Oppenheimer is actually displaying all his technical skills at the same time, whereas maintaining a perfect record with the retribution. And one thing I do have to highlight is that Team TZ Brothers, they are seeming a bit more careful from the previous match. They are making decisions, they're making better judgments during whether or not they should initiate in fights. So that has been a key change given from their performance in the last match. So they still have an opportunity to turn this game into their favor. Right now, we do see that they are in a goal deficit compared to Team Al Qaeda, but this match is far from over from what I'm seeing right now, Prerna.
Exactly, and if you look at Minsitar over there, he was having a hard time facing off that Borg over there. And with that being said, the first Lord of this game has gone. So let's see what happens over there, because already we can see Phobia's dealt a lot of damage and Chief is leading on him, and Armin has dealt a lot of damage on him as well. But he somehow sustains and retreats from the situation. But Valerie gets cut up, and he was being taken out by that Amon over there. Immortality popped up by that Xborg, and he would be taken down as well. So double kill secured by that Amon over there. And I believe they would be going in for the Lord in any moment, because two of the players are down from the side of Cheesy Brothers. So this is an amazing opportunity for them to secure the Lord and to push more into the turrets area. But this time we are seeing that Phobius is trying to do some poking around, but Chip is there, so I don't think there would be any contest. And yes, with that being said, the first Lord has went in for the side of Team Elpida.
And we do see that the Belleric pick might not have gone according to plan for the TZ brothers. The Belleric is already at a KD of 058, so it has been a point of interest for Team Alpida. They are constantly going in for the Belleric, and that would make sense because, as we discussed in the win conditions for the team, the proper synergy between the Belleric and the Xbrook was vital for the team fights. So kudos to Team Alpida for point and getting that part right. And we do see the Lord marching in the bottom lane, and given that, Team Alpida should get this inhibitor, and once again the Belleric gets picked off. As I was just saying, he has been on the wrong end every time in a team fight, and we do see three members falling victim to Team Alpida's ruthless aggression. And the Lord does manage to get and secure another turtle, another tower for Team Alpida. They are going to push in for this inhibitor, and it does seem like they are in a position of utmost comfort. What can Team TZ Brothers do, Prerna?
I believe they have to just focus on to that Aurora as well as that Amon. But in the meanwhile, the Lord gets defended. And we have seen how actually Chip got secured by that Roger with the help of the damage coming out from the turret. But look at that Amon. He is stealing all the buff from Roger. So this would give Roger, this would make Roger face a lot of troubles. And we can already see that for the side of Elpida, they have a lot of minion pressure. They have a better map control because they have secured 7 of the turrets already. So yeah, with the next push, I believe they would be going in for the second inhibitor, that is the mid lane's inhibitor. And before the Lord, I don't think they would be trying to initiate any type of fight, because in the previous match as well, we had seen them doing the same thing. They were just focusing on farming before the Lord, and they did not initiate anything. They were just waiting for the opponent to initiate. And we can already see that Thessalian is facing a lot of trouble just clearing out the minions in the bottom lanes area, because those would be the super minions from the side of Alpido.
And yes, and I think that one thing the Team TZ brothers should have kept in mind is that they have a Sicilian. So they should have taken the time so that the Sicilian could properly utilize on his items and give them that damage spike. But the thing that we are seeing is that Team Alpaida has managed to control the speed of this game. They have the pace under their control. And yet again, they get the pick off of the Expo, they get pick off the Bellerate, and just before the Lord spawns, they already have 2 members down from the side of Team TZ Brothers. So this should be another easy Lord for the side of Team Alpaida. And I think it's just a matter of making rash decisions from the side of TZ Brothers. They should take a minute to actually understand how they should initiate and when they should initiate. And they're just making the same mistakes from the previous game. But let's see. There is still time for them to turn this around. Hopefully, they can turn it around because they are already a game down. And this is a do or die situation for them.
Exactly. But if we look at Team Elpida, they are actually playing very well. They are rotating very well as well. So TV brothers have to be very careful about the situations. And already we are seeing the Lord is marching from that bottom lanes area. So they have to keep in mind that they have a Lord to defend. They have 5 of the players to defend. They have minion pressure to clear out. So things are looking very cornered for TV brothers. So let's see how they actually how they actually manage to sustain in this situation. And we are already seeing Sicilian trying to defend the Lord as well as trying to put up a lot of damage on the players. But in the meanwhile, Battery gets taken out and Mince attack is taken out as well. But a lot of things are going around the base area, and we are seeing 3 players are down from the side of TV Brothers already. Xborg is in a very low HP. The base has
This
been
could be
locked
the
and
game.
without being saved. Yeah, this is the game for Elpida. So they have won once again. So
Victory!
congratulations to them.
And we do see another display of full domination from the side of Team Elpida. They do get the 2-0 victory over Team TZ. And there is actually nothing to say. It's been a total one-sided damage dish out from them after that 7-minute mark. Prerna.
Exactly. So congratulations to them, and we would be moving on. And before that, we would be taking a very short break.
I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done now. girls with the nails done. Girls with the nails done. Girls with the nails done. Girls with the nails done.
Welcome back, guys, to the second match of tonight, and this is going to be Teal Valhalla versus Bajia Returns, and we are already in the drafting phase. And in the previous match, we had seen Team Alpida winning off the full round, and let's see what happens in this particular match. And in the casting deck, I'm here with you, Prerna, and
Still
with me
waters
is
run
Gambit.
And hello, guys, welcome back. We do have an interesting mix of players in this match. We've got seasoned veterans and we do have some rising stars here today. So let's see how things play out in this match. Once again, we do see that preferred main ban in the early bans from the side of Team Till Valhalla. And to counter that, we do see a Garukacha ban from the side of Bajia Returns. Prerna, what do you think? Why do teams prefer this lane ban?
Because the amount of damage that comes out from this hero, he doesn't need any buff. He is already buffed and he's never nerfed. So yeah, and along with that Cloudwalker, he is an absolutely irritating hero, I would say. So they actually prefer to ban this hero out. And on the other hand, we are seeing from the side of Bajia Returns, they have banned out that Gatot Kacha and Alucard this time. That's an interesting ban.
Yes, we do see some new bans in this match. We do see the Aurora getting banned off, and we do see the Alucard getting banned. That's the first time tonight. And as we were saying about Ling, yes, the thing about Ling it is that catch me if you can. It is that kind of a thing because if you don't catch him, he will end you.
Online.
And we do see an alpha ban to seal things off from the side of Team Till Valhalla. And to counter that, we have another assassin ban that we've seen so far. It is the Hayabusa. So pretty standard bans coming out from both teams, don't you say?
Exactly, I agree to you. And on the other hand, the first pick was from the side of Teal Valhalla, and they have went in for the Zushin pick this time. Zushin with Aegis, that's something I have never seen, and I believe this is gonna be the first match where I would be seeing Zushin with an Aegis. So yeah, I'm very excited to watch this match. And on the other hand, from the side of Vijaya Returns, we are seeing Karina. So this is gonna be another match where we would be seeing a lot of mobility with a lot of damage and sudden attacks, sneaky attacks from this Karina. And to pair up with the Karina, let's see which hero they actually pick onto.
And yes, the fact that they do go for Zushin, it's going to ring alarm bells already for the side of Team Bajia because they do know that Zushin will disrupt their team fights, will be an issue. So they do go for the Phobius and Karina up front. Let's see what does Team Valhalla do to counter these picks. And it can be said that there are a lot of options to go in the jungle because Karina will be focusing on damage and, as you said, sneaking kills. But yes, they do take up the Khalid, which was up for grabs. And still we are waiting to see what will be their third pick, and it is the Julian. So I would say these are very good counter picks, considering that they have to go up against a Karina and a Phobius.
And to pair them up, there is a chip. So with the help of Shortcut, he would be initiating sudden team fights in sudden lanes. So this is going to be a problematic situation for Teal Valhalla if they do not actually focus onto that chip. And since there is a Khalid, I think they would be able to have a better map control. And let's see actually how they have planned to execute this game since there is a Julian. So I believe there will be a lot of damage dealing coming out from them. And from the side of Vijay Returns, we are saying they have banned out that Tigreal, so they do not want to face that implosion, that is a lot of crowd control. So yeah, they have something in their mind.
We've seen very technical drafting so far from both teams, and it is only of what is to come from their gameplay. We can only expect that both of them will give us moments to really fathom. And as you said, the Tigreal got banned up, and to counter that, we do see an Ixia ban. A bit surprising, won't you say, Perna?
Exactly, because we haven't seen Asia getting that much of pick or in that much of game yet. But I believe that they do not want to face off this marksman because of the amount of damage this can dish out, and as well as the amount of range it can cover. And on the other hand, the last ban was from the side of Vajir Returns. That is the high loss. So that is understandable because the ultimate of that high loss would slow you down and you wouldn't want to face it, and in any time he would be the initiator. So they have just focused on the roaming area along just that plan, I believe. So the last ban will be coming in from the side of Teal Valhalla, and they have banned on the Sicilian. And in the previous match, we had seen Sicilian gameplays, very amazing Sicilian gameplays, I would say. And in the late game, Sicilian could be a devastating hero. So that was an amazing ban as well. And on the other hand, from the side of Vajir Returns, we are seeing them to hover over that Mia, the queen of late games.
It does seem like we are finally getting to see a marksman pick after a long time, given the fact that in the previous game, marksman picks were not that preferred, and it almost seemed like they were not needed. But nonetheless, we do see a Mia being hovered over by the side of Team Bajia. Will they decide to go for it? We will find out shortly. But as yes, they do decide to go for the Melissa instead. So yeah, we will see a marksman in this game, brother. Finally, we will see a marksman. And let's see, what does Team Valhalla do? They are hovering over Claude. Claude against Melissa. That is an interesting matchup. And they are also showing Tigreal. So this will be, I think, that traditional aspect of going, poking, coming back, and trying not to get caught in between. What would you say?
I totally agree with you. And if we talk about Leslie in the late game, it would be a devastating hero because the amount of damage this hero would dish out would be impossible for any hero to actually counter on. And we are seeing that Roger getting picked in instead. So Roger would provide a bit of crowd control, but do you think
That
that's
is
a
that
good
is
pick
actually a
against?
Clint.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, my bad.
Payback
That's Clint.
time.
Yeah, Clint would be providing a bit of crowd control over this. So, do you think Clint versus Melissa is a good thing?
I think it will make Melissa think twice about initiating since there is a Belleric as well. But we do see that Farsa got picked up from the side of Bajia Returns. So, yes, they will have that mobility, they will have that advantage in rotation since they have the teleport from Chip, and Farsa can just fly around the map as easily as she can. So, it will be interesting to see how the team rotates and counter rotates against these picks.
Exactly, and nothing is impossible in the land of dawn. So we have to just wait and watch for what happens. And before predicting anything, I would say Team Teal Valhalla had a very decent peak over there. They have a Valeric, they have a Clint, and as well as they have some amazing heroes on their side. And if we talk about Vijaya Returns, they have the Karina, they have that Melissa, as well as a few other heroes that might be a problem for them because they have a chip in their team as well. So in any time they would be able to initiate any gank in any lane because of the shortcut used by the chip. So I would say in this particular round, I would give Vijaya Returns an upper hand over here. What do you think?
And it would seem that they might get an advantage from the early get go, but let's see how the early game plays on because we do see a Julian, we do see a Karina. Both teams have that potential to dive in and get those skills, but we have to see that which teams actually pulls the trigger first. So the Little Wanderer being secured from the side of Team Bajia will grant them that additional movement speed. I'm mistaken. Perhaps it was sealed not by them. Nonetheless, and yes, it was actually secured by Zushin. Pardon me. And yet again, that Zushin showing that why it can be a point of bother for the side of Team Bajia.
Exactly, because this mage is very annoying, I would say, because he can just pick you up and throw you to other place, and then then this mage can actually pick you up and put into a team fight as well. So this would be very problematic, and she can actually sustain and as well as run away from squishy situations. So I believe to face off this Zushin, they have to be very careful. On the other hand, in the top lane area, we are seeing the first blood secured by the Karina over there in the EXP lane. Khalid's get taken down by four of the members from the side of Vajia Returns. So they have already initiated the gameplay in their favor. And already we can see the first turtle is there. And from both the teams, there is a rotation towards that turtles area. So let's see if any type of fight breaks down over there, because we are already seeing Zushin is trying to put up a lot of damage on Kenpachi, but Kenpachi sustains in the situation and he is still standing on his foot and trying to provide vision for his teammates. So what do you think? Which team might get the turtle this time?
Given the fact that sustainability is on the side of Team Bajia Returns, they are actually favorites to get this turtle, but nonetheless, count nothing out from the side of Zushin and from the side of Julian, because they have that potential to dive in and to disrupt any team fight and take matters into their own hands. But we do see that the teams are actually taking their time on the turtle this time around. They are focusing on getting the other creeps and getting that goal up to a minimum standard. But finally, the teams do decide to engage on the turtle. The turtle is almost down to 30% health. And we do see an ultimate on the side of Pasha. Julian gets the turtle. Pasha gets caught up. And once again, that Karina was able to sneak in and secure a kill. Prerna, this has been the trademark for Karina players, right?
Exactly. That's what I was saying about the sneaky attacks. And in the meanwhile, we are seeing that Phoveus was trying to get a hold of that Clint, but somehow Clint was able to retrieve from the situation and he would be directly going back to the base and then go back to his lane, I would say. And in the meanwhile, if you look at that Melissa, she got that amount of minion pressure on her side and she would be able to secure a few of the gold from the turret, but Clint is there to defend the turret already, and there is a rotation coming out from the side of Til Valhalla towards that bottom lanes area. So I believe they might just initiate a fight in any time, but we are seeing that Sky Piercer getting taken by that Karina, so she already has attack items on her, so that would be a very good finishing item, and in any time she would be initiating, she would get the kill. And let's see what actually happens. Even though the rotation was towards that bottom lane area, nothing crazy happened over there, and they're still sustaining. The fight might break out in any second. So what do you think, which team still has the better opportunities, a better upper hand?
Speaking of upper hand, I have been seeing it for quite some time, is that Phoveus is being a pain for that Khalid. He's trying to give out damage to that Khalid, making him miss some of his minions. So that will come into effect sooner or later as the game progresses. But as you said, the Karina is being very selective. Karina is being picky about her food. She's not diving in, she's not making rash decisions. So it is very intellectual gameplay we're seeing from the side of Team Bajia Returns. And as the turtle spawns in the bottom side, we do see that both teams are once again casually hovering around, not initiating up to a full extent, but they are making sure that their presence is being felt. Prerna.
Exactly, and no one have committed to the turtle yet, and Farsa used her ultimate already. Khalid is being taken down and the fight is still going on, and we are seeing that killing spree was secured by the Karina. On the other hand, Kenpachi was being taken down by the Zushin. The fight is still going on and Karina is being taken down. Gumian was able to secure the turtle in the meanwhile, and the fight is still there, and Melissa gets taken out by the Julian. So at this point we can say that the team fight and this particular fight goes to the side of Teal Valhalla, and they would be securing that mid lane tier 3 in any time with the help of Julian as well as the Zushin. And with that being said, they have secured the tier 3 of mid lane, so this gives them a better map control already, Gambit.
And exactly, and all this time we have been praising about Karina and how Karina has been effectively being able to pick up those skills. Julian, on the other hand, has been successfully picking
Hmm.
up those objectives. So we have to keep that in mind that these objectives, it will help the team initially get that goal advantage over their opposition, get those items in, and eventually put those items into play when they go in for the team fights. And I would say that Khalid is having a very hard time in this game so far. So he needs to step it up a bit.
Exactly, but because of his mobility, he is getting caught up to that phobias, and we are already seeing a rotation towards the top lane area. And I believe in any time they would be initiating a fight. And already we can see Balarik is using his taunt, and already he has been cornered, and he is getting a lot of damage over there. In the meanwhile, Kenpachi does a lot of damage as well. Parsa used her ultimate, and with that being said, Balarik is taken down, but Phobias in the meanwhile would be taken down as well. But I believe that they have another chance to take down another player, and double kill secured by that Julian over there. So he secures the kill of Chip as well. So three players are down from the side of Bajio Returns, and I believe this is going to be the fourth one. And Farsa in the meanwhile gets taken down. So that is an amazing gameplay coming out from this Julian, and Karina in the meanwhile might get taken out if his position is revealed, but the turtle is there, and we are not seeing Karina committing anywhere near the turtle. They are still not aware that Karina is there, and Karina did not risk it. She was just staying in that bush, and no one was able to find her out. Hmm,
It's
sneaky.
very interesting from the part of Karina, and as you said, sneaky indeed. But there's the difference between making a good judgment and a bad judgment. Because if you make a bad judgment, it is going to cost you. And the thing about having a chip in your team is like it is a double-edged sword. It can be in your favor or it can go against you, as we see in the previous team fight. In the meantime, Melissa did get picked off, and it does seem that Melissa is getting picked off at the wrong positions at the wrong time. A phrase that you wouldn't want in your favor if you are playing the gold lane.
Exactly, and if we look at the gold at this point, till Valhalla are leading with 6k gold, and in the meanwhile, in the mid lane area, we are seeing that Farsa used her ultimate already, but that did not cause much of trouble to till Valhalla. They were able to sustain in that situation, and they are just clearing out the minions over there. So I believe this time they would be going in for the second turret of the mid lane, and still Karina and Phobius are there to defend us. So for now, they won't be able to secure any of the turrets, and let's see how actually they end up this in the situation.
We do see that the game's momentum is still favoring Team Valhalla. They have got good map control of this game, and they are actually making good decisions. They're making proper team fights. So it has been difficult for the side of Team Bajia Returns to actually get something out from these team fights, because whenever they are initiating, there is always something that is going against them, whether it be from the side of Chip's ultimate that is being utilized by the opposition, or perhaps it's just that the lead is not being there at the right time. So we will have to wait and see how things play up as the first Lord pops up, and we do see Team Valhalla getting into position and actually securing the Lord without any competition. On the other hand, Karina does manage to get the pick of Belleric, but it does seem that the match is still very well under control for Team Valhalla.
Exactly, Balor sacrificed himself so that his teammates can secure the Lord, and the fight is still going on in the mid area, and we can already see that Phobius has been taken down by that fleet over there. The fight is still, there is another possibility of a fight breaking out once again, because we are seeing the players are still there. They are not actually retreating, and on the meanwhile, Zushin gets taken down, and Chip gets taken down by that Julian over there, since they do not have a mage at this point. So I believe that they would be just focusing on farming, and since they have a lord in their side, so they would be focusing on the turrets of other lanes. And while saying this, we are already seeing that from the side of Teal Valhalla, they were able to secure the tier 2 of the top range area. And since the mid lane is open, I believe they might just go in for the inhibitor. But if we look at the Phobius, he was trying to commit onto that Khalid. Khalid dealt a lot of damage, but somehow he was able to sustain and he retreated just in time.
And yes, we do see Khalid is living life dangerously, but does manage to get away just in the nick of time. And as we go through the items, we do see that Karina, although she has well built items, she has got her majority items sorted out. She's not getting that support from her teammates that she might have wanted or preferred more. But it's just coming down to those simple macro micro movements from the side of Team Valhalla that is giving them the upper hand in these team fights.
I totally agree with you. And if we look at the current situation, Team Valhalla are actually trying to steal the red buff of Buzz returns, and they are able to do so. And as we were talking about the micro gameplays, they have actually displayed an amazing gameplay throughout the whole match, and we are saying that they are leading in gold with a huge difference, and they have secured 6 of the turrets already. On the other hand, Bajia returns weren't able to secure any of the turrets. So this is actually the problem they are facing. So they do not have that map control. So they are being cornered out. And at this point, I believe that they have to wait. They have to wait for an opportunity and use the shortcut as they were actually expecting.
And once again, we do see that Farsha popping up her ult a bit too early, I would say. It does give the opportunity for the Karina to pick up a kill, but however, the damage coming out from that Clint is lethal right now. We're already approaching that 13-minute mark. So Clint will be a massive damage dealer in this stage of the game. And without Karina in the picture, I think this is going to be an easy load for the side of Team Valhalla.
Exactly. And if we look at Melissa, she wasn't able to do much in this particular round. If you look at her career, that is just 0-3-4. So I believe that Bachio Returns should focus on feeding the marksman because it is already in the mid game. So at this point, if the marksman does not show up, if the marksman does not dish out damage, this is going to be a problem for them, and this is actually the thing they are facing problem with. And already the Lord would be marching down from the mid lanes area, and I believe with the help of this Lord they would be able to secure all the inhibitors. What do you think?
Yes, exactly. I agree with you that it has been the case that Clint was able to position himself at the right places at the right time, something that Melissa has not been able to do so far in this match. And that has been the decisive matter when it comes to comparing these two teams and where they are falling behind or where they are progressing. And we do see that the teams are now pushing into the base of Team Baja Returns, and another pick off from Pasha gets that Belleric, perhaps will be enough for the side of Team Valhalla, and they do secure this game. They win match number 1 in this game. And what can we say? It's been pretty overwhelming from the side of Team Valhalla. What do you say, bro?
I totally agree with you. And the amount of damage they were dealing from 7 minutes, that was pretty amazing. And the way they have executed the whole match, that was pretty amazing. And that was an amazing gameplay coming out from the whole team, I would say. Uh, with that being said, we would be taking a very short break, and after that, we would be right back in the second round of this match.
I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
Well, we are back for game number two of this match. The first match going to Team Valhalla with their impressive display of domination. As we dive into the bans, we do see Garokasha being banned from the side of Team Bajia Returns. They were pressurized from the side of Team Valhalla in the first game, but this time hopefully things will turn around and they will come up with a better game plan and better strategy. With me, I'm joined by Prerna. Prerna, what do you think about these bans? And we do see that Ling ban once again.
I believe that they are just focusing onto the same bans because they do not want to face off with particular heroes, but it is actually up to them that what type of gameplay they have in their mind and how they have planned out to execute the game. So we are seeing Alucard getting banned once again, and along with that, we're seeing from the side of Valhalla, they have banned out Christian this time. And yeah, in the previous match, we had seen an amazing an absolute domination coming out from this particular team, and let's see how they have planned on to playing other heroes and playing the match. And as we were saying, this is the best of three series, so Bajia Return still has a possibility of coming back, making a comeback to this game. But if they do not do that, this match would if Teal Valhalla wins this match as well, wins this round as well, the full match would be in their side. So I believe that Bajia Returns would be giving their best in this particular match, and we are already seeing from this side once again they have went in with that Karina.
And yes, Karina was an effective pick, perhaps not getting enough support from her team in the first game. This time around, let's see how things go differently. We do see that the Zushin was banned from the side of Team Valhalla, who end up picking Aurora this time, which was banned in the first game. So it is a mix of heroes we have seen in the drafting phase, whether be picked or banned. We are not seeing much changes in this game, but we still have lots of heroes left. So let's see what do they go for as their next option. And they do go for the Hylos, which was also banned in the first game around. So very interesting counter picks for this Karina this time. What do you say, Prerna?
Exactly, and as we were saying that we would be seeing the mix-ups of the previous drafting phase, and we are actually seeing that. So the next two picks will be coming in from the side of Bajia Region. Since in the opponent we are already seeing a mage pick, I believe they should go for a mage already, and they should not risk the other roles at this point. And since Hylos is there as well, so they have to think fast and they have to think of a hero that can actually counter out that Hylos over there, that Aurora over there, because with the help of the passive Aurora has, they would be able to sustain a bit more. And on the meanwhile, from the side of Bajia Returns, we are saying they are hovering on that Changi as well as that chip. So they have locked onto these two heroes. So I believe this is gonna be a very interesting match, because Aurora versus Changi is something I would always love to see.
And as you say, it has been a day of proving the casters wrong. Once again, the team takes up a pick that was not used before or banned before, and they prove us wrong yet again. So yes, it will be an interesting matchup between the Chang'e
I've
and
been
the
waiting
Aurora.
for too
Let's
long.
see how that shapes up. On the other hand, we do see that the Julian gets picked up once again. So it's going to be the Julian up against the Karina once again in the jungle for game two. And as we see that they do get the chip, Team Bajia, perhaps this time they will be able to utilize it a bit more, make those initiations effective. But I would like to see how they manage to do that while there is a Hylos in the opposing team, because Hylos can sustain a lot of damage, can provide as a vanguard for his teammates. So it will be very tricky for Chip to get into the right positions at the right time.
Exactly, and as well as if we look at the banning phase, they have banned out that carry, so they do not want to face
Sniper
that
ready.
carry because
Give me a
obviously,
target.
if carry is there, Hylos wouldn't be able to do much, so they have banned that out. And on the other hand, if we look at Visions, they have banned out that lazy, so they do not want to face the massive amount of damage coming out from this marksman. But if we talk about lazy, that just locks onto one player at a time, so I do not find that
Come on, Dexter. It's our
as a hero
showtime.
that might just get me to a point where I might be cornered. But yeah, the amount of damage that marksman deals is huge, and I would say any type of marksman deals a lot of damage in the late game. So let's see which hero they actually try to ban
Chivalry is
out this
dead,
time, because
and
since
I will
both the teams
revive
do
it.
not have marksmen, so both the teams have decided to ban out marksmen, as many marksmen as possible, because we are seeing Clint getting banned this time. And on the other hand, from the side of Kill Valhalla, they have banned out that Cloud. So with the help of that Blazing Duet, I guess that Claude could be a problem for their team. So they have banned that out. So what hero do you think Steel Valhalla might pick?
It is interesting to see that this is the first time we're seeing four marksman heroes getting banned from both sides. So I guess they are prioritizing a marksman pick at this moment, but they still have an offlaner left, and exactly that is what they do. They pick up that Xborg which is open, and immediately we see a response in the form of a Phobius. So do they actually go for this Phobius, or are they just showing it to create that mental gameplay advantage? Are they trying to get into the minds of Team Valhalla and make them uncomfortable or make them think about this strategy? Let's see what happens. We also see a Fanny being shown from the side of Team Bajia Returns. So it is very interesting how things are shaping up.
I don't think they would be just locking onto that Fanny because they already have a jungler. So Fanny, I don't think they would be picking that. They are just doing that mental pressure on the opponents, I believe. And Phobius, I don't know yet if they are going to
What's your
pick
command?
onto that.
Break
But
through the
instead, we can
darkness.
see Mia
I am
getting
not the
picked this
only
time
one
from the
bound
side
by
of
these
Bajio Returns. And
chains.
this is gonna be Phobius. They are proving us wrong in every single match. And in the meanwhile, from the side of Teal Valhalla, they are hovering over that Nathan. So that will be a lot of damage coming in the marksman lane. Because if we look at both the marksmen, there is Nathan who would have that early game potential. And if we talk about Mia, she would have the late game potential. So let's see how they have actually planned on to carry this match. But we are seeing a different hero being hovered over this time, and they are just messing around.
Yes, both teams are having their say, their fair share at having that mental upper hand. We do see a lot of heroes being shown and something totally different being picked up at the very last moment. Could be their ploy to get us wrong once again, but nonetheless, they do stick with the Popple pick. And I think this is actually an interesting pick because the Popple is a very good hero to go up against the Mia, because the Mia has a lot of burst damage, and as the game progresses, that damage is only gonna get higher and higher. And on the other hand, as I said, that the Hylos being on the side of Team Valhalla will prove as a vanguard, so the Mia will have to think twice once initiating for a 1v1 pickoff.
Exactly, because with that Hylas, there would be an Aurora, there would be an X-Borg to combine with. So Mia has to be very careful in any initiation. And I believe that, I don't know, I have this feeling that they would be trying to corner out that Mia from the very beginning. Because if
Welcome to
Mia gets
Mobile
fed, that
Legends!
would be a nightmare for any of them to
5
face that.
seconds till the
And
enemy
let's see
reaches the
actually how
battlefield.
they
Smash
execute the
them!
matches, because anything is possible
1
in this
second
land
to
of Dawn.
go!
And we have seen in the previous matches as well that they just do something we did not expect. So, which team would you give the upper hand?
And as we dive into the land of Dawn for game two of this second match, we must say that the draft for Team Valhalla does look promising solely because of that Vanguard the Hylos might provide. But let's not count out Team Bajia just yet because they do have that damage potential in their hands. And we do see the junglers doing their casual rotations, getting their creeps and moving into the Little Wanderer. Karina getting there first, but we do see that Julian is not far behind, and a very interesting steal from the side of Aurora to secure that Lethal Wanderer for the side of Team Valhalla. But I would still prefer to see a bit more from Chip this game because as a role player myself, I was expecting a bit more initiations, bit more proper visions and bit more proper team plays. So hopefully we will be able to get those in this game, Pranav.
Exactly, and as a Changi player, I would want to see a better gameplay coming out from this particular mage. So I have a lot of expectation on this Changi. So let's see how they actually execute the game. Because if we talk about Changi, she can actually clear out the lanes very easily, and she can push the turrets easily as well. But let's see how they have planned it on, and we can already see that Changi is facing a bit of trouble. To face off that Aurora, and the first turtle would be spawning in any moment. And before that, we're seeing a rotation coming out from the side of till Valhalla towards the top lanes area where Phoveus is there facing off that Xborg. So, if we talk about Xborg and Phoveus, I believe that Xborg has some upper hands because he can deal a lot of true damage and he can actually use his shields to sustain over there. But let's see how they have actually planned on to, and we can already see from the side of Till Valhalla they have committed on the turtle already. So I believe they might just take out the turtle in any moment. And yes, Julian was the one to secure the turtle. And as I was saying, that they have this amazing sense of snowballing. So that actually helps them in the late period of the game.
Yes, once again, it came down to positioning. Julian was able to position the turtle in such a way so that Team Bajia Returns could not actually even go in for the sneak in if they wanted to. And we have to give credit to the Hylos because the Hylos was actually there acting as a vanguard as it should be. So, very simplistic things it might sound as, but these are essential key points in creating a successful game strategy.
Exactly, the game should be simple yet tacky, and we are already saying that in the bottom lanes area there is a rotation coming out from the side of Field Valhalla, and we are already saying that they have committed onto that player, and I believe he might get taken out. And yes, Mia gets taken out in the process. I believe that Phoveus would be able to return, but Kenpachi gets taken out instead, and Julian is taken out by that Karina over there. That's not something I was expecting. So they are trying to make a comeback to this game, but Karina, in meanwhile, takes is being taken down. So at this point, they had to lose three players from this particular fight, which is not looking good.
Yes, it was a 3-for-1 trade favoring the side of Team Valhalla. And once again, that Hylos is acting as a vanguard. It chased the opposing player into the turret, secured the kill, and was able to make it out. And that is the reason why people prefer the Hylos, that sustainability as well as that magic damage that it can dish out. So you have to be very careful when you're dealing with the Hylos. If you don't have that CC or that area damage effect, it is wise to not go up against it on your own. Wait for your teammates, make sure the position is in your favor. If not, it is rather wise to back out than just to give a kill. But in this case, I think there wasn't much that could be done And as we are discussing these, we see Julian gets another turtle for the side of Team Valhalla. They're slowly starting to snowball in this game, already having a 2K goal lead, pardon, 3K goal lead right now.
Exactly, and we are already seeing the amount of damage coming out from Mia is already devastating, but she has to be safe. And we are already seeing that Popul was able to save Hylos over there. And yeah, things are looking quite passive again. And if we look at the current situation, if we look at the map at this point, there is a rotation going towards the top lane area where there is Xborg facing all of that Phobius over there. Phobius would be taken down, and we can see that Xborg dealt a bit of damage from that turret, but he somehow sustains the situation. But he has to return because Karina is there to chase him off, and if he does not return from the situation, he might get punished. But if we look at the bottom lane's area, we're already seeing that they are trying to corner out the players over there. Hylos using ultimate already. That's an amazing gateway coming out from this particular roamer, but he would be taken down by the Kia. Karina gets taken out as well. The fight still looks in the side of Team Valhalla at this point, but we can already see Eggbert took a lot of damage, so he has to return as well. But Phobius gets taken down. So I believe with this particular kill, they might go in for that Mia as well as the turret, because there are 3 players from the side of Team Valhalla, and it would be very easy to corner out Mia at this position.
And exactly, and there's actually not much that Mia can do in such a situation. She was cornered from both ends, unfortunately succumbing to Julian, to Aurora, and it has been the case of initiations that are not going according to the plan for Team Bajia, and on the other hand, Team Valhalla just capitalizing on those mistakes that they're making. And I would suggest that it would be preferable if the Phobius could rely a bit more on being a bit more passive instead of going for an all-out aggression against a hero like Xborg. But let's see what they can do. And once again, Julian secures another turtle without any competition so far. He has been able to maintain a perfect record on these jungle objectives in this game. So it just adds to the advantage that Team Valhalla already has.
Exactly, and in the meanwhile, we can see Chip gets taken out by the Popo and Kuka, and we are already seeing a fight going in the mid lanes area. So let's see if they are able to secure one more kill, because we are already seeing Xborg trying to dish out a lot of damage on the players of Bajio Returns, and they are still there trying to defend the turrets, trying to defend the team, is trying to defend that creep over there, but the blue buff gets stolen, and Changi used her meteor shower already, but I don't think she would be able to defend the turret much, because already we can see the turret has taken 60% of the damage. So things are looking quiet on the side of Til Valhalla, as it should be, because they have secured 2 of the turrets, they have secured the objectives, they are leading in gold, so things would be working out in favor of them. But if we look at Kenpachi, he was trying to initiate on that Xborg, but I don't think that is a good decision. As you were saying, that Phobius should be a bit safe, or should be playing bit safe, because uh, going aggressive onto that Xborg all by himself would be problematic.
And just as we're saying this, we do see Karina going in for the kill, but Xborg having that immortality actually saved himself and his shields coming into play. And we do see that once again, Phobius is out of position. The chip dives in to save his teammate. And these are the small macro micros that are not going according to the plans that maybe Team Bajia had in mind. And once again, the marksman also falls. So yes, they have a lot of areas that they need to put attention into to turn the favor into their hands. But at the moment, we do see Team Valhalla having a very strong foothold in this game.
Exactly, and the first Lord has spawned, so let's see which team actually tries to commit on the Lord first, because we are already seeing Karina and Chip hovering over that area, but I believe from the side of Til Valhalla, they wouldn't be easily giving up on this Lord, because they would be trying to secure this Lord, and with that, I believe they would want to push the turrets more, and already we can see around the Lord's area, Phobius is there as well, so we have to wait and watch for if anyone actually initiates over there, because from both the sides we are not seeing anyone initiating on anyone, and yet we can already see Kenpachi try to initiate on Redx over there, but Redx used his ultimate already. Mia used her second skill, but let's see if Mia is able to do anything over there. And we can already see the amount of damage coming out from that Aurora is huge for that Phobius and as well as that Chip. So Chip gets taken out, Phobius gets taken out. So two of the tanky players are down from the side of Batu Return. So I believe they would not be able to contest for this Lord anymore, and the Lord would be going to the side of Til Valhalla.
And I agree with you. And the thing that is standing out the most for me is that Viking is actually playing like a Viking. He's using this expo very carefully and very systematically. He's not initiating without any unnecessary intent. He's waiting for the moment, picking his spots, and then going into the team fights as an offlaner should do. So once again, you see that he was able to take down the turret and Chip falls down to the damage of Popul. Popul has been building up the damage silently. He has been under our radars, but compared to Mia, Popul is way ahead if we see right now. And as I was saying, going back to Viking, he has been the decisive factor for Team Valhalla in this match, in my perspective.
Exactly, and we are seeing that Chang'e is trying to dish out a lot of damage onto the players of Til Valhalla, but she is using her ultimate bit too early, I would say, and we can already see that they are facing a lot of trouble defending the turrets because we can already see them securing the mid lane's tier 2 and while they were trying to defend the bottom lane's tier 2. So things are not looking quite good for Bajia Returns and they are getting more cornered because 5 of the towers are down from their side. So Til Valhalla has a better map control. They can rotate very easily. And in the meanwhile, we can see Kenpachi getting bursted out by the Julian over there. Popul and Koopa constantly trying to secure the turrets and are able to secure that. So as we were talking about Popul and Koopa, if we look at the KDA, it is 506. So this marksman is well fed and this marksman would be dealing a lot of damage and that would be something nightmarish for Bajia Returns Gambit.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. And it has not been the game for Kenpachi, it must be said. He has been on the wrong end of every team fight. And I think most of those is because he has been initiating a bit too early. His teammates were not in the range of actually helping him out if he did end up getting caught. So those things could be improved upon as we are slowly approaching the Lord. The game already extending up to 12 and a half minutes. And the control is totally with Team Valhalla as they have a marksman who is dishing out damage, who is pushing the lanes. He is basically everywhere in this map, Verona.
Exactly, and look at the damage coming out from the Julian. Double kill secured by this jungler. Ultimate used by that Hylos already. Mia is trying to dish out a lot of damage, but look at the sustainability of that Hylos over there. The fight is still there. Monster kill secured by the Popol over there, and that was the kill of Mia. And I believe with another minion pressure, they would be going in directly for the inhibitor. But in the meanwhile, the Lord is enhancing and the Lord has won. So two of the players would be focusing on the Lord and the other players would be focusing on securing the inhibitor of the mid lane area, I believe. And they are doing that. Chang'e is still trying to defend, but that wouldn't be that much of successful, I believe. And in the meanwhile, Julian was able to secure that Lord. So that was an amazing zone out coming out from this Ingborg.
Yes, perfect team play being displayed from the side of Team Valhalla, distributing the work order between themselves. One going for the Lord and the other staying put and pushing those turrets, pushing those inhibitors. And that just shows how well synchronized this team is, how well compact they are, and they have their targets set. They are not making any rash decisions. The Lord is charging down in the mid lane, and we do see that this could be the decisive push for the side of Team Valhalla in this match.
Exactly, monster kill secured by the Julian over there, and we can already see that Xborg is dishing out a lot of damage over there, and Mia gets taken down by that Xborg over there, and Popol just destroyed that inhibitor of the top lane's area. The Lord is still there. They are trying to lock the base, and Godlight secured by Julian in the meantime. meanwhile, and the win goes to Team Valhalla. So, what do you think? How they were able to secure this?
And it was a total show of domination from the side of Team Valhalla. Congratulations, they have won this match with a scoreline of 2-0. Commiserations to Team. Uh, Forgot their name. Nonetheless, it was clear domination from the side of Team Valhalla. It must be said, Popul doing what a marksman should do, and must be said, Viking, he was the star player for them in this match, Perna.
Exactly, I completely agree with you. And the way he actually supported his marksman, that's an amazing display of gameplay. And with that being said, we would be moving on to our next match. And before that, we would be taking a very short break.
I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the third match of tonight, that is gonna be between MVL versus Lane, and we are already in the drafting phase. And in the previous match, we had Cynthia Valhalla doing an amazing job in the game display and in the casting deck. I'm here with you, Corona, and with me is Gambit.
Bound by these chains.
Thank you, Brahma. And yes, we have seen very interesting matches so far tonight, and we hope this will be another one. Starting off the ban phase, we see Phobius being the first ban from the side of Team MVL. And to counter that, we are still waiting for Team Slane's first ban. So Phobius getting banned first. That is something different from what we've seen so far, but nothing new when we're seeing that Hayabusa being banned from Slane. Brevna, what do you think about the bans in this match?
I believe that they might take out some hero with mobility this time. That's why they do not want that Phobius in their counter. And if we talk about Hayabusa, that is completely understandable because the sneaky attacks, the Ubi Shadow kills, that are completely nightmare. And we are already seeing they have banned out that Ben as well. So they are focusing onto that jungle area more. And we are seeing that Ling getting banned once again. So at this point, we are saying that they are focusing on the meta-oriented heroes. And let's see which hero they actually ban onto.
And yes, the pretty boy from the Cadia Riverlands is getting banned every match, and he has been the most banned hero so far, I believe, in this series. And we do see Aurora also getting a position in that ban. It has been interesting to see that Bane was almost instantly banned after seeing that Ling ban. I think there might be a bit of a grudge there, but let's see how things go. We do see Khalid getting banned from the side of Team Slane.
Yes, and I believe that they have something in their mind going around with the damage dealers. And already from the side of MPL, we are seeing Suyo getting picked as their first pick. So Suyo as the latest addition to this MLBB. I believe he is one of the best heroes out there till now. And we are seeing from the side of Slane, they are hovering onto different roamers, and that would be got to catch up from them. And they have still one more hero to pick. So I believe they might go in for a mage. And with that being said, they have went in for the Vixana. So this is gonna be a game where they would be playing with 6 of the heroes, because that Eternal Guard will be putting a lot of pressure on the opponent.
And I totally agree with you. But one thing I did notice is that they did leave the Hylos open. And as I was saying, that is very risky. And Team MVL not wasting time getting that Hylos into their composition. So this will be interesting to see a Hylos against a Garkacha. And they also go for Cillian. So yes, there will be damage dishing out from the side of Team MVL. Let's see how Team Slane actually counters these two picks. Prerna.
Exactly, and we are already seeing that Sicilian has a Purify, so I don't think Vixana will be able to do much with the stun she has. But look at that, there is Tigreal as well. So we would be seeing a Tigreal and Vixana combo from them, and along with that, there is a Gatotkacha. So Gatotkacha would be going in the EXP lane area, and he would be putting up a lot of damage on the players if he goes for that magic build. And I believe he would be going in for the magic build. So the next ban would be coming in from the side of Slane, and they have banned out that lazy. So since there isn't any marksman picked yet, so I believe the next few bans would be about that marksman. What do you think?
And don't forget that Team Slane are yet to pick a jungler as well. So MVL could actually target a few jungler picks. But I would agree that they also haven't picked a marksman. So there are still a lot of options for Team MVL to ban out. But let's see. The composition so far from the side of Team Slane has been very team fight heavy. So they might pick out something that could give them that damage advantage. And exactly, they do ban out that alpha so that it won't be able to take off those single pick-offs.
Exactly, and Alpha at this point is a very amazing hero, I would say, because he has sustainability, he has a lot of damage, and in the jungling area, he is one of the heroes who dominates in the jungle. So let's see which hero from the side of Slane gets banned this time, because in the opponent, we are not seeing any EXP laner as well as any marksman. So it could be any of those, and yes, they have banned out that Aegea because of the area damage she has, as well as her ultimate is very devastating. So the last ban of this particular match would be coming in from the side of MVL, and I believe this is going to be a marksman. Oh, okay, they have went in for the jungler oriented ban, and that is going to be the I forgot. Yeah, the Leomord. So if Leomord was being picked, I believe that this lineup of Slane would have been a devastating one. Because there was Vixana, there was Tigreal, there was Gatotkacha. So that's an amazing ban from them.
Interestingly so, we do see a Layla getting picked up inside of Slane. That is something totally different from what we've seen today. And immediately to counter that, we see a Moscow from the side of Team MVL. So two very different marksmen, two different heroes altogether that we have not seen so far tonight. What do you think about these marksman picks, Bert?
If I talk about Moscow over there, with the help of his ultimate, he can do a lot of trouble for the opponent. And if we talk about Layla as well, the amount of damage coming out from her ultimate, as well as the first and second skill combination, that is devastating as well. But you have to be very careful using that Layla against that Moscow, and we are seeing there was a possibility of Diggy getting picked. I don't know why they just left that open, but yeah, Diggy could have been a better pick, don't you think?
I would slightly disagree. Although the Diggy could have been a very useful pick against picks like the Garkacha and the Tigreal, because as I said, the team composition from the side of Slane is very team fight heavy. But at the same time, if you actually analyze the skills those heroes have, that the Garkacha jumping in, the Tigreal going for that implosion, a heavy spin from Akai can actually disperse the entire team fight itself. So I think it is actually a very calculated pick from the side of Team MVL. And we have to wait and see what Slane does to counter this pick. They are hovering over a few jungle picks and they need a jungler. They end up sticking with Martis, which is a very dangerous hero in the early phase of the game.
Exactly, that is the dangerous hero in early phase of the game only, and from the mid game to the late game, Martis would be losing his capabilities, and that might cause them a trouble. But since they have Vesana in their team, since they have Tigreal as well as the Kacha, so I believe they can do something for that mid to late game period. And if we look at the current situation, both the teams are looking very balanced. There is Cecilian on the other hand from the side of MPO who is gonna dish out a lot of damage on the players of Slane over there, because with the help of his ultimate he can lock onto many heroes at a time, and that is gonna be fatal if you ask me. What do you think?
And I totally agree with you, but one thing that you did miss out on is Team Slane has the queen of late game in their composition, which is Layla. So if the game does progress to anything above 15 minutes, say, Layla will be there to dish out some very serious damage. But the same can be said for MBL as well, because they have a Cillian. So it will be very interesting to see that do these teams actually go up until that stage of the game, or does it end before that?
Exactly, and we are already in the land of dawn, and we are seeing the junglers are focusing onto their buffs, and the minion pressure was being cleared in the mid lanes area, and everyone is actually rotating towards the bottom lane area where they can actually corner out that Moscow over there, which I would say is a very good decision, because if Moscow gets played, he would be a devastating hero in the late game, so they wouldn't want that to happen. And already we can see that Moscow was able to sustain in the situation, and he is defending his turret from those minions, and things are looking quite passive at the situation as it should be.
Yes, since the turtle is still yet to come up, both teams are actually playing it very safe. There is no need for any early risk. Keep in mind that the Martis does need time, the Moskov does need time to actually get in the groove. So anything that is unexpected or unnecessary will actually cost them in the early game.
Exactly, and we are already seeing that they are trying to put up a lot of damage onto the Tigreal, and the first one was secured by the Zeppelin over there. Akai gets taken down instead, and that would be the kill of Martis over there as well as that Suyu. So 2v2 trade was being seen in this particular fight. So both the teams have started very well, and things are looking quite passive once again, but the turtle has spawned. So let's see if they actually focus onto the turtle first.
And yes, we have to keep in mind that both the junglers were actually casualties in that previous team fight, which was a 2-for-2 trade. But Layla, being the marksman, did get a kill. It might actually help her while laning against a Moskov, because the Moskov will have mobility advantage over her. But while I am saying this, Moskov does manage to pick off Layla in the bottom lane in a 1v1 situation, while the turtle is still being contested here. And oh, Fuyo manages to secure the turtle, and it is now a moment of great escape for the side of Team MVL. Martis getting there and secures the kill, gets a double, and that is the thing you have to keep in mind, that Martis is extremely dangerous in the early game. If you make a false move against him, he will make you pay.
Exactly, and he did that. And in the mid lanes area, we are seeing that the Tigreal is trying to set up a position, and in any moment, he might just put up a pressure onto that Sicilian, but he is retreating towards the base because he had lost a lot of HP. And at this moment, we can see Moskov is trying to farm a bit, and the rotation is going towards the top lane area, towards the bottom lane area, and we can see Sky Piercer getting taken by the Suyu already. And if we look at the current situation, the gold is almost in neck to neck, but MBL is bit leading in gold. And with that being said, Akai was able to secure the kill of Layla over there. So they are they are actually helping out that Moskov a lot. And in the late game, I believe Moskov would have a lot of opportunities just because of this. But in the meanwhile, we can see Vixana and Tigreal trying to defend that Moskov, and they are just taunting, I would say. because they know the position of Moscow, but they did not initiate anything on him. And we can see that Tigreal is trying to do a bit of poking for Moscow. That is
And
interesting.
speaking of poking, Akai took no chances and immediately locked on to Layla in that previous team fight. As we said, she is the queen of the late game, so no opponent team will take their chances against Layla. We do see a heavy spin coming in, and finally, that Suyo gets that kill off the Garkacha, and we are seeing very tactical rotations from the side of Team Slane. They are not actually sticking up to that traditional rotation that you would expect from a team that is playing Martis, but they are making very calculated moves. And Suyo also secures the turtle for the second time in this game, which further boosts their advantage in this game.
Exactly, and the rotation goes towards that bottom lane area, and then we can already see that Moscow was getting cornered by two of the players, and he was being punished over there. Akai rotated, but he was a bit late. So for this time period, I believe Akai would be able to defend. But in the meanwhile, Maltese gets taken down by that Suyu over in the mid lane area, and we can already see that things are looking quite neck to neck for both the teams. Gambit.
Yes, this match is actually shaping up to be a very good one so far. Both the teams are showing aggression and at the same time are being passive when it is necessary. But I would still feel that Suyu is having a bit more enjoyment out there in the jungle compared to the Martis, because the Martis has that thing in the back of his head that he needs to establish some early dominance. Otherwise, as you said, his damage output will slowly start to falter as the game progresses to the late and mid stages.
Exactly, and if we look at the current situation, things are looking quiet. Passive, if you ask me. And if we look at the bottom lane area, there was Tigreal, but look at that Martis. He might just do a backdoor from there, and they have to be very careful about that. And as I was saying, Martis goes in for the kill, and he was able to secure the kill. All that Moscow over there, Akai gets taken down, double kill secured by that Martis over there. So they won this particular fight. And if we look at the mid lanes area, Suyu is trying to clear out the minion pressure in the mid lanes area, but the rotation is coming towards him. So he has to be careful about that because three of the players are there, and he somehow actually was able to retrieve from the situation. But look at that. The ultimate coming in from that Hylos was the only thing that helped him to retreat from the situation because he had dealt a lot of damage. And if we look at the current situation, we can already see that Tigreal dealt a lot of damage, but the turtle is here. So we have to wait to see if actually they are able to secure this turtle, Gambit.
Yes, once again, both teams are initiating on the turtle. We do have to keep in mind that the Hylos nearly escaped a few moments ago, so he just does not have his ultimate. On the other hand, Akai gets picked off from Vexana, so this is advantage for Team Slane if they decide to go on for this turtle, but Team MVL are not backing out. They are still holding their ground, still establishing their dominance, and finally Martis gets the pick off of Suyu. So I would think
Exactly.
that this is going to be a turtle for the side of Team Slane, but you never know what might happen in team fights like this. The Moscow might move in, the Layla might move in, so we have to wait and see actually what goes on.
Exactly, and we are saying that there is no initiation on the turtle yet. And even though Martis had that opportunity to take the turtle, he did not. And we can already see Akai is taking his position. Sicilian is just focusing on farming, and I believe they would wait for the Lord to evolve. And yes, the Lord has spawned, so let's see which team actually focuses onto that. In the top lane area, we can already see Gatot Kacha is trying to defend the Lord. But in the meanwhile, Moscow gets taken out by that Lela over there. But Team MVL tries to commit on the turtle, on the Lord already. And we are seeing Eternal Guard being used by Vixana over there. But I don't think that would be that much a fruitful thing because already the damage coming out from MVL is huge at this point. And Gatorkashi used his ultimate already. Hylas used his ultimate already. Things are looking quite pressurized. And the Lord was being secured by Gatorkashi over there. Martis was able to secure a kill from that situation. So things are looking on the side of Team Slane at this point. So that was an amazing gameplay coming out from them.
Yes, they managed to get things according to their plan. Garukacha coming in with his ult at the right time. allowing Martis to actually focus on dishing out damage rather than having to worry about the Lord too much. And we do see the Lord marching down from the bottom lane, but I believe Moscow will be there to intercept it. In this time, you would expect Team Slane to get at least one or two of the TFT turrets, perhaps, and they do keep that in mind. While Moscow is still focusing on the Lord, we do see there is an initiation going on to Moscow. Tigreal and Vexana moving in, but I believe Moscow uses his flicker to escape. So we do see initiations on both sides and both lanes, but on the other hand, Gato Kata actually got picked off, and Moskov is now reinitiating into this fight, and he manages to get. Oh no, actually, he does not. Pardon me. It was actually Suyo getting the kill of Vixana, and just like that, as we were saying, that perhaps Team Slane could snowball with this load, Team MBL has totally turned the heel of this match to their favor.
Exactly, and as I was saying, that things are going very neck to neck. They are not giving up on any team fights, and they are still trying to hold back. And this is what you would expect from any team. And both of the teams are playing very, very well. And I believe this is going to be one of the best matches of tonight because we are already seeing the outcomes of every fight over there. But if we look at the top lane area, there is a possibility of that Gato Catcher getting cornered out. And in the meanwhile, Moscow was being taken down, and Suyu was able to secure the turret of the top lane area, and a lot of damage coming in from that pavilion is proving to be fatal for Slane, and killing to be secured by that Suyu over there. So two of the players were taken down from this particular fight. But if we look at the bottom lane area, we can see Martis and Lela are pushing the turret. So many things are going on in this Land of Dawn, and Vexana gets taken out in the process.
Exactly. It must be said that there is a sense of urgency being shown by Martis because, as we discussed, his damage output will slowly start to falter as we're approaching the 12-minute mark. But on the other hand, Layla's damage output is actually going to increase as we go later and later into this game. But keep in mind, while those two were actually pushing the lane, Team MBL did manage to get 3 kills of their side. So, and here once again, we do see that Suyo getting the pick off of Martis, and it is a very crucial pick off because the Lord is right about to spawn, and this is actually a very crucial interception for the side of Team MBL.
Exactly, since their Moscow is there, since their jungler is there, I believe this is gonna be their Lord this time because since the opponent's jungler is down and we cannot see Lela anywhere near, so I believe they would be taking that Lord without any type of competition. And we are already seeing that even though Tigreal tried to initiate, he couldn't do much over there, and we are already seeing that they are trying to put up a lot of damage onto the Tigreal as well. So things are not looking good for this lane, and we are already seeing that Hylos is just also that unstoppable secured by the Suyo over there, shutdown secured by that Lela, and the Lord will be coming from the bottom lanes area, and many things are going on around the blue buff area of this lane, and Moscow was able to secure a turret. So they are going very neck to neck, so we have to wait to see how things actually end for both the teams.
And right as we're discussing all of this, the Lord is marching down from the top lane and nothing in between except for the inhibitor. And we do see that Team MVL has established a position of comfort for themselves. They're picking off the marksmen, they're picking off Martis at crucial interjunctions in this match, and slowly the tides have totally turned into their favor with a late game gold advantage, although it might not matter much at all because by this time most of the heroes already have their builds. But if you compare the damage outputs, both Moskov and both Sicilian are dishing out immense damage that is being unable to be tolerated from the side of Team Slane. They're having a really hard time sustaining against these two heroes, Prana.
Exactly, and we are saying Akai is directly going back to his base because he was in a very, very low HP. I would say 1 HP, and he was able to retrieve from the situation. So for time being, Lane has to be very careful, and they have to defend the turrets, the inhibitors. They have to clear out the minions, and also they have to focus on securing the Lord as well as they have to defend the players. So they have many things on their plate at this point. And if we look at the current current situation, MVL are rotating in every lane and they are clearing out the minions. And we can already see Moscow is trying to do a backdoor over there. That's a sneaky attack we actually expect from him. And look at the damage coming out from the Sicilian already. He was able to secure half of HP of that Martis with his second skill only.
And it must be said that the Moscow will try to go for that backdoor option, which is a very typical marksman thing to do, you would say, but it is a very effective thing to do. So we can't hold him accountable for that. But in the other hand, Martes is now starting to have a hard time against this mage, as you said. He is getting melted down by that Sicilian and his damage. And on the other hand, Layla is also starting to build up damage as we speak. So it is actually very tight to call right now. An initiation in the bottom lane. We will see the casualty of Martis once again, and there will be actually more casualties in this team fight as players are getting caught left, right, and center. Martis was being able to get it picked off from Layla, and it is a very interesting chase going on right now in the bottom lane. We are seeing Akai zoning out Garukacha, I believe. No, it is actually Suyo. My apologies. But Layla is dishing out damage and totally disrupting the normal flow of gameplay from the side of Team MVL. So, as I said, this game is proving to be very close to call. Whoever makes the first error, I believe, is going to let the other team take this game away. And as we see, Suyo has managed to secure this Lord, but on the other hand, Vexana and Lala were able to retreat from this team fight situation. So, no love lost between the two teams so far.
Exactly, but we have to wait for the Lord to march in, and I believe with the help of this Lord, they would try to secure one of the inhibitors at least. Because if they don't, the things would be working out very risky for them. Because in the late game period, Lela would be proving to be a nightmare for them as well as that Vexana. So we are seeing that they are not ready to face that off, and we are already seeing the Lord is marching towards that middle lanes area. And let's see if any type of fight initiates from this Lord's area, because we can already see the Lord is dealing a lot of damage as well, and Eternal Guard is being used, but the Lord does a lot of damage to the inhibitor already. And Sicilian uses ultimate. Akai is using his heavy swing, but Akai would be taken down by the Dixana over there. Hylos uses ultimate as well, but things are not looking quite good for him. But Suyu gets taken out and Moscow gets taken out as well as the Lord is being defended. So it's a triple kill coming out from that Martis, and they were able to do a complete wipeout.
And as I said, the first team to make a mistake will pay the price, and that has been the case for Team MVL. They overextended a team fight that did not need to be extended, and that damage from Layla is so devastating. Martis was able to pick off those skills at the enemies that were in low HP, and I believe this will be the decisive push. They are pushing in from mid lane, and there's nothing to defend. Aka is going to try all he can, but I believe this might be it for the side of Team MVL. What do you think, Prerna?
This could have been the scenario, but we are seeing that all the players have reincarnated once again, and Akai uses a heavy spin once again, and we can see that Suyu has taken out Tigreal over there. Master uses ultimate already, and he is dealing out a lot of damage over there. Sicilian is there as well, so things are looking very skirmish over there, and double kill secured by that Suyu over there. Gatukacha was being taken down in the process. Martis is there to steal that blue buff from that Suyu, but that wouldn't help him much. But if we look at the current situation, Suyu is dealing a lot of damage onto that Martis, and Martis might get taken down because he is being cornered at this point, and he would be outnumbered even if he manages to take a kill, but he was shut down by that Hylos over there. As you were talking about Hylos, he is acting as the vanguard for the team of MVL.
And I agree with you. And I think Martis should have kept notice of if whether his team was behind him or not. He did get a bit carried away, I believe. But nonetheless, Team MVL were able to recover as we're slowly approaching the 19-minute mark in this game. This has been the longest game so far tonight. So a big round of applause for both the teams for giving us such an enjoyable match to see. And as we go back to the Lord, we do see Sicilian actually securing the Lord, and Team Slane finally initiating with intent does manage to get the pick off of Akai and almost gets picked off themselves, but they will retreat from this because the Lord is going to push in, living life very dangerously is Garukacha. He will be forced to retreat, and I believe this Lord has already been melted down. So that just tells you that how much damage is being displayed by the heroes in this game.
Exactly. All the players are displaying a lot of good. All the players are displaying a good gameplay over there, and we can see a fight has initiated in the blue buff area of Slane, and I believe that Hylos will be taken down. Lela gets taken down as well. Killing spree secured by the Suyu over there, and they are in a corner situation. Double kill secured by the Suyu over there, and the fight still goes on. And Moskov gets taken out in the process, but Cecilian is there to back Suyu up, so Suyu would be sustaining in this current situation. So with another minion pressure, I believe they might go in for the inhibitor. Look at that Martis. Martis was been taken down, unstoppable secured by the Suyu over there, and he takes a lot of damage from the charge, so he has to immediately retreat back to his base. But that was not a wise decision from that Martis because he was already very in a low HP, so he had to retreat. I don't know why he overstayed there, and he had to face the consequences. And already we are saying that the inhibitor of the mid lane is being taken down. So things are looking quite cornered for Slane, if you ask me, Gambit.
I will agree with you on that, but I believe that the Moskov should have played a bit more sensibly over there, because if he had, this match might have been over by now. But nonetheless, we do see this match cross the 20-minute mark, and you will feel that it is only a matter of time that one of these teams make an error and the other team will capitalize. We have seen instances of that almost happening. And then again, we've seen instances of teams recovering from such mishaps. So let's see what happens in these final stages of this match.
Exactly, and we are seeing all the players playing very safe at this point because this is 21 minutes in the match and everyone has their complete build. So I believe they have to think of a strategy where the opponent might make an error and then they have to initiate, because I would still say that Slane still have a chance to come to make a comeback in this particular match, and things are looking quite passive. And the next Lord would be spawning in 10 seconds. So let's see if anything happens before that Lord spawning gambit.
And we do see a concealed gameplay coming out from the side of Tigreal. I'm not sure if he was able to lock on to anyone. Moskov does come in with his ultimate, gets a hit on Layla, but does not decide to move in until the very last second. And we do see Moskov trying to go for that sneaky backdoor approach once again that we have discussed previously. But he was unable to, as the Lord fight goes on in the bottom lane, and we do see that Martis was picked off by Akai with the heavy spin. A very vital heavy spin coming in allows Suyu to get the Lord. Could this be the decisive moment in this match, Prerna?
I believe this is the decisive moment because we are seeing that 3 players are down from the side of Slate and all the players are up on their side from the side of MVL, and the Lord is in their favor as well. But the Eternal Guard was being used, but that would be melted down as well. So I believe with the help of this Lord and with the help of the minion pressure that would be coming from followed up by that Lord would be the end for Slane. And yes, with that being said, they have went in for the base. So congratulations to them. What do you think? What Slane did?
It took one mishap from the side of Martis to actually end this game, but it must be said that both teams actually held their nerves for a long period in this game. Congratulations to the winning team. They do secure game 1, but ladies and gentlemen, this is not over yet. This is a best of 3 series. So there is a chance of redemption. We will be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the second round of this particular match between Sling versus MVL. In the previous match, we had seen them playing very neck to neck, and even though they were in very neck to neck position, MVL was able to secure the first round in the name. And since this is the best of three series, so Team Sling still has a chance to make a comeback in this particular game. And we are already in the tracking phase where we can see Cecilian and Suyu getting banned gambit.
Yes, we did see a very deep match in the last one. It exceeded 20 minutes, which was the first one tonight, and immediately both teams are batting out the heroes from the previous match that had influence, if you want to call it that, you might call it that. Both those heroes, Cecilia and Suyo, being banned first up, followed by Bane and Aurora. Bane being a ban in this match is actually very interesting in my perspective, because we have not seen that as a ban choice in the previous game. So perhaps there is some personal vendetta, perhaps there is some personal favoritism going on, but Bane is once again banned in this match, and so is Hayabusa. So as for the last ban, what do you think, Prerna, would be the last ban? I won't be surprised if it's Ling, but it is not Ling actually.
It is gonna be Leomord once again. I believe that from their side they might just want to ban out that Vixana as well. But let's see actually how they have planned it. And from the side of Slane, the first pick would be coming in, and I believe they would go for not the mage, the EX Trainer first. So they would be going in for the Phobias. So now we see why MVL banned out that Phobias in the first match, because that was a personal ban, I would say. And from the side of Team Slane, they have not missed this opportunity this time, and the next two picks would be coming in from the side of MVL. So let's see which hero they actually go for, because if you ask me, I would say that if you go for the mage already, that would be a great upper hand for you, and since there is an EXP laner, you should go for that as well. And with that being said, Khalid was being picked, and I believe Khalid would be going in for the EXP lane gambit.
And I totally agree with you that the lane is still open. The Khalid against the Phobias. The last time we saw a Khalid and Phobias face off tonight, it did not go well for the Khalid, if I recall. But perhaps this time things will go differently. And we also see actually a new face in the pickings this time around. Lunox getting picked off from the side of MVL. This is interesting, Prerna. We haven't seen Lunox in these games tonight. So this is something totally different. What do you think that the Lunox actually brings to the table that teams prefer this mage?
I believe Lunox might go in for the mid lane, or it could be used as a marksman as well, because currently we have seen many players using this Lunox as a marksman. So this could be a very versatile hero. So I believe they have this mind game going on for the opponent, and they're just messing around. And in the meanwhile, we can see from the side of Slane, they have hovered onto that Zas, and they have locked onto the Tigreal and the Zas. So this is going to be a game where we would see a lot of crowd control coming in from the side of Slane, as well as an annoying hero, Zas. So that would be putting up a lot of damage from the early game to the late games, and there would be this Tigreal with his implosion. So these things would work out very well if they use the combinations perfectly.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. But be mind games or not, there are no games being played from the side of Slane. They are serious. They want redemption. And that is why they have stuck to very core picks. They've gone for the Tigreal once again. But we also see the Akai getting picked up from the side of MVL. So they are sticking to their comfort zones that worked in the previous match. There are slight changes. Perhaps we will see different approaches. And perhaps this game will also live up to the standards of the previous game.
Yeah, it could be anything. So the next ban would be coming in from the side of MBL. So since there isn't any marksman pick yet from the side of Spain, I believe they would go for that as well as a jungler, because we are not seeing jungler from any of the sides. And as we thought, they have banned out that Lela. So in the previous match, Lela was a devastating hero. So they do not want to face that Lela off once again. And from the side of Spain, I believe this is gonna be a jungler-oriented ban, if you ask me, or it could be a marksman as well, because we're not sure yet if Lunox would be going in for marksman or a mage. So this is very confusing. So at this point, they should be going in for a jungler, and proving me wrong, they have banned out that Asia once again. And if we talk about Asia, yeah, she covers up a lot of range, so that is quite understandable. And from the side of MBL, the last ban would be coming in, and I believe this is gonna be a jungler at this point. What do you think?
Yes, I would agree with you because we still have not seen that Ling being banned out. I'm not sure if these teams are actually avoiding the Ling and they have no intentions to pick it up, but whether or not they want to pick it up, it's still open. So we'll have to wait and see what this team MVL decide and ban out in this last ban. And as you said, Layla being banned in this match, we will no longer see the queen of the late game in this game, but she was very influential in the previous game. Speaking of late games, we do see another queen getting banned, and it is Mia, which is the last ban from the side of Team MVL. Surprisingly, and even Moscow is getting banned from the side of Team Slane. So both teams showing respect to the marksman bans, both teams avoiding the marksman that can dish out great amount of damage in the late games. But at the same time, there are still so many assassins, so many jungler picks open. So we'll have to wait and see what the teams actually go up on, because right now they're just hovering and playing games around with themselves.
Exactly, they are still taking their sweet time, I would say. And as you were talking about Lela being the queen of late game, I was thinking of Mia as well. So they somehow read my mind, and they have found out that Mia. So let's see which hero they actually go for, and they're hovering over that 1-1. So if 1-1 is picked over here, I believe they might
To
go in
me,
for that Ling
fun
as
is all that
well. But let's
matters.
see if the opponent lets them to have that one, because the next two pick would be coming in from the side of Spain, and they do not have a marksman and they do not have a jungler yet. So since the link is open, I don't think any of the players would risk it. So what do you think? Which hero they might pick, and which hero would be better for facing off that 1-1?
Well, when you talk about risks, you have to keep in mind that high risks bring high rewards. So if you are brave enough, they will go for that risk. And we have seen that Team Slane, they do not back down. They are brave. They will take risks. And even if they don't pay off, they won't feel bad about it. They won't
Starlight
back
of
down from it.
Pisces
But we
shines
do
on
see
my
that they
sword.
end up going with the Leslie and the Lance pick. So once again, we have two very new heroes that we haven't seen much of tonight. And from that Lancelot, it does give me concern because we do have an Akai and we do have a Khalid. So it will be difficult for the
Dust.
Lancelot, I would say, up to
Armor is
some
our
extent.
life.
But he might
I
be
leave
able to
girls with their nails done.
be much of a pain for 1-1. But let's see how things play out because they also have a Leslie and they also have a Tigreal. So there's not much to worry about from the side of Team Slane.
Exactly, but I was hoping for a link pick from the side of Team Slane, but we have seen them picking out from the side of MPL, and we have seen them picking out that Alpha at the end. So this is going to be a very interesting match. Since there is a lazy in the opponent, I believe Akai might be melted down in the late game period, as well as any tanky hero, because the amount of damage that would be coming in from that Lela would be very devastating. So I believe they wouldn't want to go to that late game period, and they would be focusing
Welcome to
on
Mobile
cornering out
Legends!
that Lazily at first, because if you feed Lazily
5
from the
seconds
early
till the
period,
enemy
that's gonna
reaches the
be a nightmare
battlefield.
for you. That's gonna be a
Smash them!
problem for you. So let's see how they actually
All
end up
troops deployed!
executing the match. And we are already in the land of dawn, where we can see the junglers are focusing onto their buffs, and the other players are actually there to help them out. And we can see Zask is there to help Lance over there, and he would be, I believe, clearing out the minions first, because we cannot see the amount of risky situations yet, because things are very passive at this position, because already MVL have won the first round. So Team Slane wouldn't want to throw this to them because in the previous match as well, we had seen them playing very neck to neck.
And I totally agree with you. But something we are seeing differently is that the Khalid is going to the enemy jungle, helping out Alpha get that buff. And I think the Lance is also doing the same thing, but he's not having his team to support him. He's on his own. I'm not quite sure if he's aware that Alpha has taken his red buff. Tigreal does come in to support Lancelot right now, and both the junglers might have a brief confrontation. If we could hover up to that part and see what happens. And so far, no turmoil happening between the two teams, slight confrontations here and there, and almost a pick off from the side of Team Slane. And I believe they will get the first kill. And instead, it's Team MVL who gets the first kill, and that too of that Lancelot. So that is a very important pick off in the early game, especially right before the turtle spawns. Prerna.
Exactly, losing your jungler just before the turtle spawns is something you wouldn't want in your team. And already we are seeing things are looking quiet on the side of MBL already, where we can see Zask was being taken down by that alpha over there. So in the mid lane, they have this opening, so they might just secure some gold from there. And if we look at the bottom lane area, we can see that their EXP laner is facing a lot of trouble facing the EXP laner of the lane, and we can see Alpha was able to secure the turtle, but Khalid was being taken down, and a fight might break down in the mid lane area anytime because we are seeing a rotation from both the teams. So let's hope for the best campaign.
And yes, and we did see that the Lance focused on helping out Phobius get that pick off of Khalid in the bottom lane while Alpha was securing the turtle. So already we have some early game establishment from the side of Team MVL. As we see in the top lane, the marksmen are still trying to work their way out, trying to hold ground. But I'm not sure if Leslie has spotted out that there is an enemy gang prepared to take chance in her lane. But once again, Tigreal is doing what every tank should do, and that is providing vision and providing assistance. In the meantime, Alpha gets the pick off of Phobius in the bottom lane. So we are seeing aggression from the side of Team MVL coming out early in this match, Verna.
Exactly, but if you look at the mid lane area, we can already see that Alpha uses ultimate, and still they are trying to chase off that Lancelot over there. Lancelot with a very low HP was trying to retreat, but in the meanwhile, Tigreal gets taken down, and Lancelot will be taken down by that 1-1 over there. I don't know why Lancelot just retreated. Reverse back, he was retreating, but he just threw himself in this current situation. But look at that damage coming in from that Phobius. But I believe he would be able to secure the kill of Khalid over there because Khalid is in a very low HP, and in the meanwhile 1-1 takes off that lazily. And I believe that if Phobius wanted to lane cut, he would be able to secure the kill of Khalid over there as well. He missed that.
Perhaps Phobius is saying like, no, I'm not going to risk it for the biscuit. My team is already doing a good job. Let me just play it safe. Perhaps that was the case. Nonetheless, Khalid did manage to escape, but we are seeing ruthless aggression being displayed from the side of Team MBL. Perhaps they have learned from the previous game. They are not going to take Team Sin lightly. They want to end this match in a minimal amount of time, perhaps. And that is the game plan so far because they are focusing on team fights, they are focusing on objectives as well, they are leaving no grounds behind. Lancelot is having a very hard time in the jungle, and that was my concern in the drafting phase that this Lancelot might actually struggle because there is an Akai, there's an Alpha. It will be hard for him to melt down anyone, particularly except for the Wan, I guess. But then again, the Wan won't just present herself up in front of Lance, will it?
Exactly, and Leslie gets taken out by that Khalid over there. Phobius is dealing a lot of damage onto the players, but healing free secured by 1-1 over there. Tigreal is being taken down, and as we were talking about Phobius, he was being taken down as well by that Khalid. So 3 players were down from the side of side lane, and MVL are displaying a lot of aggression from the very beginning. So if we look at the current goal situation, they are leading in almost 3 point 3.3k gold. And at this very moment, we can see that Alpha was able to secure a turret from the bottom lane as well. So things are looking quite good for them already because they have a better map control at this point. And if we look at the current situation, Akai is there to chase off that Sask, and he was forced to retreat from the situation. And if we look at that, Phobius is somehow trying to put up a pressure onto that Khalid. Lance is there to follow him up, but they won't be able to do much over there. An implosion used by that Tigreal over there, and they should take advantage of that. And somehow he was able to retrieve from the situation, but things are not looking good in the mid lane area because we can already see that Fida was being taken down and the turret still remains defended, but let's see for how long they are able to sustain.
I would say that that was a very clever piece of gameplay from Zast, because Zast having an ultimate that allows you to go into an alternate body does give you a way to escape from a near death situation, and that is exactly what happened. Khalid unfortunately paid the price. He fell for the bait and dived into the tower, only to find Zask using his ultimate. So that was actually very good from his part. But once again, this Lancelot is having such a hard time just to secure his own buffs. And there you go, he gets picked off by the EXP laner. And this Alpha is just having a field day in the jungle. He's securing the turtles, he's securing the objectives, he's even taking Lancelot's buffs. So it just shows you that how much of a domination Team MVL are actually displaying in this game.
Yes, exactly. And that was an amazing use of heavy spin over there, even though he was being taken down, but he helped his teammate to a lot of extent at this point. And if we look at the mid lane's tier 3 is exposed, so Lunox would be able to secure that turret. And if we look at the current situation, the rotation is going towards the top lane area, and Tigreal was being taken down by that 1-1 over here. And we can already see that Lazily might have a chance to they might have a chance to corner out that Lazily, but understanding the situation, Lazily was able to retrieve from this, but they would be doing a lane cut, so the minion pressure is on the side of MBL at this point, so they would be able to secure the tier 3 of the top lane as well. But if you look at the bottom lane area, Phobius is dealing a lot of damage, and he would able to take he was able to help to take down that Alpha, but Alpha on the meanwhile takes down that Phobius along with him. So things were looking quiet on the side of MBL, but that was a 1-1 trade. But in the meanwhile, 1-1 on the other hand was able to secure the kill of Lazily over there. But there is Lancelot, so she has to retreat.
And as you were saying that it was a 1-1 trade, Wan Wan did take off another kill. She's like, no, no, I won't let it be a 1-1 trade while I'm here. And yet again, you would see that she's actually got a KDA of 604, and we're just approaching 9 minutes. So it shows you the superiority in the gold lane she's having against a hero like Leslie. And you can't actually blame Leslie because she's not being able to do much about it. She's being outnumbered, she's being outmaneuvered, she's being outpaced by a cat that is just jumping around her. And we see that once again, Lunox is being a pain for that Lancelot, for that Tigreal, and I must say this Lancelot pick is not working at all for Team Slane, as Team MVL gets another uncontested lord, and they are really having a field day in the jungle so far.
Exactly, and look at the kill difference. It is 5 versus 18, and if we look at the gold as well, there is a 7k gold lead. And finally, the Wan gets taken down, but Lazily gets taken down as well. So the Zaz with an amazing flame shot was able to secure the kill of Lunox over there, but the Lord was in the favor of Team MVL, so that would be marching down from the top lane area. But in the meanwhile, if you look at the mid lane area, Implosion was being used by TPL. Akai is being taken down by that Lancelot over there. Phobius was taken down by Alpha. So at this point, 3 of the players are down from the side of Team MVL. Even though they were able to secure the Lord, at this point they made an error and they wouldn't be able to take advantage of the Lord as we expected. But still, that bought them few time, because if the Lord wasn't on their side, the players of Slane would have pushed the turret. So yeah, that was a narrow escape for them.
Yes, I would agree with you, but you have to see that in terms of getting objectives, Team MVL, it is just a landslide. They have secured turrets, they have secured turtles, they have secured the First Lord, and you have to start questioning if things are actually going according to plan for Team Slain, because apparently, clearly it's not, but the reason why it's not, that is a question in itself. We'll have to wait and see what happens, because right now, Team MVL are just dominating this game. And once again, the Lancelot gets picked off by the Lunox and she gets a double. And it's a 3-for-1 trade off right now for the side of Team MVL. And this Lunos is coming to life. She's got a KDA of 4-1-10 as we're approaching the 12-minute mark. And very soon, I believe, things will start to escalate even further when Wan Wan finishes up her last items.
Exactly, and if you look at the side of Slane, it is just Zask who is standing very strong because he has a KD of 414, which is quite decent according to his compared to his teammates, and we can already see that they are trying to put up a pressure onto that Khalid. But Leslie, even though she was able to lock onto that Khalid, she did not do a she could not put up that much of damage as we were expecting her to, because we did not see her getting fed, so that's why she is lagging behind. On the other hand, Wan got so many openings, so she was able to secure kills, she was able to farm over there as well. So with that being said, we can see six turrets were being secured by MVL from the side of Slane. So at this point, they have a very good map control. They are able to corner out the players of Slane towards their base area. And in the meanwhile, we can see that Wan, Lunox, and Alpha actually focusing on the Lord, while Khalid and Akai are doing an amazing job zoning out the players of Slane over there. So I believe Alpha would be joining in the team fight in any moment. And yes, they have started the fight off, and TGL gets taken out in the process, and we can already see that the amount of damage coming in from the side of MVL is huge, and they were able to take down that Phobius as well. So two players are down at this point, and the Lord is in their favor as well. So things are looking very, very positive for MVL.
And the 1-1 was actually able to get the crossbow of Tang out, but could not secure a kill. And even the Khalid narrowly escaped death right over there. But as you said, things are looking very dismal for the side of Team Slane, as they haven't gotten any chance to create room for themselves in this match. It has been Team MVL since the beginning, and as you see, they are pushing from the mid lane. The Lord is already in the base. This could be decisive. The Tigreal falls victim once again, and they are trying to lock onto the base, and they do lock onto the base. It's another kill from the side of the Lunos, and finally the base goes down. The misery for Team Slane comes to an end as Team MVL secures game 2 and wins the series 2-0.
Exactly, that was an amazing gameplay coming out from MVL from the very beginning, and we had seen Team Slane doing an amazing job as well. They tried to give out a fight over there, so that was an amazing gameplay coming out from both the teams, and they have displayed a very amazing match in this particular match. And yes, with that being said, we will be taking a very short break, and we will be right back with the last match of tonight.
I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. girls with their nails. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done now. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done now. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their Las opiniões da
Welcome back, guys, to the last match of tonight, and this is gonna be LNN SLF Kitsune versus BB Bagicha, and we are in the casting deck. I'm here with you, Prerona, and with me is the talented Camping.
And yes, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have been treated to three very delightful matches tonight, and we are not done yet, as this is the last one we have in store for all of you guys. We hope this will live up to the expectations, as we have some very big names in this match. Prerna, will you take us through?
I believe that from the side of LNL SLFO, we would be seeing an EXP laner ban, and before even I was able to finish my sentence, they have banned out that Ruby because this is one of their favorite banned heroes. And on the other side, from the side of BB Bagicha, we are seeing Sicilian getting banned, and both are understandable because Ruby, with a lot of spell vamp over there, has a lot of immunity, and she can deal a lot of damage with that I am offended of hers. And if we talk about Sicilian in the late game, Sicilian could be a very devastating hero because with the help of his ultimate, he can lock onto many heroes, and that might be a problem for anyone to face off.
Bones of steel.
And as we talk about that, Gatot Kacha gets banned from the side of Kitsune as well. So we wouldn't be seeing Gatot Kacha with his Guardian of Avatar, I believe. And along with that, the next ban would be coming in from the side of BB Bagisha, since the draft is looking currently at the meta-oriented heroes. So I believe they might go in for a jungle-oriented ban. And with that being said, Ben was being banned from the side of BB Bagicha because we all know about the amount of damage that comes out from this Bane while pushing turrets or while doing any team fights. And the last ban of this first session would be Zushin.
And yes, we do see very typical bans from the side of Kitsune and from the side of BB Bagicha, but they do stick up to those meta bans. We do see Zushin getting banned out, and at the same time, Aurora gets banned out as the last ban from the side of BB Bagicha. We'll now have to wait and see what does SLF Kitsune have in store as the first pick of their choosing for this match. Verna.
Exactly, and the first pick would be from the side of SLFO Kitsune. So I believe they might go in for a mage-oriented pick because already from both the sides we have seen Zushin getting banned, Aurora getting banned, Sicilian getting banned as well. So they are focused on the mage basically. So if they do not pick out the mage, they might have to face a problem. But instead, they went in for the Phobius along with that vengeance over there. So that's their favorite hero, I believe, because we have seen SLF Kitsune playing that. Putting emphasis onto that EXP lane more. So the next two pick would be from the side of BB Bagicha, and they're hovering onto that Julian already. So what do you think of this pick?
Very interesting to see that Julian and Khalid gets picked up immediately. I would not insist on picking up a jungler this early, but perhaps BB Bagicha does have a plan in mind, and they are going to execute that plan. But in the meantime, we have seen that Phobius is a very favorite pick of the players so far. It has been picked in almost every game, either picked or banned. Nonetheless, it has featured in every game. But we finally see something new over here. We see the Matilda getting picked up from the side of SLFO, and perhaps this will bring some further dynamics that has been missing in the matches so far tonight, because the Matilda with her Circling Eagle, with her Blink skills, it will help the team move around the map, rotate more freely, initiate with more intensity. And as I was talking about intensity, we do see the Ixia finally getting picked up It has been on the bans for a long period of time in the previous matches, but finally we get to see the Iksha in action. Colonel.
Exactly, and along with that, there is a Matilda in their team, so there would be a lot of support coming in from this particular hero. And if we talk about BB Bagisha, there was Carmilla pick. So I believe Carmilla is a very underrated roamer at this point, but one of the most best roamers out there as well. And with the help of her Curse of Blood, she can bind up to almost 3 players at a time, and with the help of her second skill, she can bounce off any damage coming towards her. And along with that, we are back to that banning phase once again from the side of Bibi Bagicha. We are seeing Valentina getting banned, and as I was saying, that they are focused on the mage-oriented bans mostly. And the last ban was from the side of SLFO was the last ban coming out from the side of SLFO was Melissa. So since there isn't any marksman pick yet, so I believe that was a good ban. What do you think?
I would agree with you because the Melissa does go very well with Carmilla. As you said, the Carmilla's out. The curse can bind up to 3 heroes. So, given that, alongside with the ultimate of Melissa and the potential Melissa holds, it could have been a very dangerous duo combination. And to avoid such a scenario, I believe SLFO has decided to ban a hero like Melissa. But there are a lot of other marksmen still open up there. We'll have to wait and see what PB Bakichan ends up deciding on. But it does seem like they are very heavily focused on these mages in their selection of bans. They have banned out 4 mages, 5 in total if you count Pain's magic damage output. So this is very interesting. I do not know that if they are targeting a particular player on the side of SLFO Kitsune, but we haven't seen such a mage heavy ban draft so far tonight.
Exactly, and we have seen amazing gameplay coming out from SLF Kitsune, the amazing mage gameplay from them particularly. That's why I was saying that if they do not pick out that mage already, they might face a problem while securing any mage, because we have seen a less option. We are now seeing less options in the mage area at this point, because all the heroes I can actually think of as dangerous, they have already banned them out. But there is still Zask open, there is Lunox open, so let's see if they are focusing onto that. And the next pick would be from the side of Lukai, that is from the side of BB Bagicha. So let's see which hero they actually go for. Since there is no marksman or no mage, I believe they would go for the mage at this point, but he is taking his sweet time. So if we look at the current lineup, Julian is there to provide magical damage, Carmilla is there to bind the heroes, and Khalid is there for mobility. And in the meanwhile, we have seen them picking off to that Lilia. So this is going to be the first match of Lilia in this tournament.
And once again, it is actually a very interesting pick because the Lilia also works very well with the Carmilla. And if you see that their composition consists of 2 heroes that can actually work very well with Carmilla, one being Khalid with his Raging Sandstorm, and of course Lilia with her tiny explosions that can burst out a lot of damage. So we'll have to see how they actually utilize these damage outputs, and if they can actually utilize them on SLFO Kitsune, who in return have gone for a Lunox pick, which is very interesting. Lunox going up against the Lilia, this will be a match worthwhile seeing. And as for their jungler, they've decided to go for Alpha, which is a very damage-based, sustainability-based pick. So I think they've made a very rather rational decision on picking up Alpha, but once again, you have to give praise to Baby Bagicha for forcing out a Lunox pick from the side of Kitsune, because they were so heavily focused on banning out all the mages.
Exactly, and the last pick from the side of Baby Bagicha was this Moskov. So we would be seeing Moskov in the Land of Dawns once again, and the amount of damage he can deal in the late game is devastating. And since there is Alpha in the opponent, so I believe Moskov would be able to melt him down if he gets any type of opening. But if we talk about the lineups at this point, both the lineups are looking very, very balanced to me. If we, what do you think?
And I agree with it totally because both these teams they have a clear understanding of what they want to achieve, their game plan, their game tactics, all of those align with their winning moments and their winning strategies. So it is very close to call that who has the upper hand based on the drafts we have seen. But if we look on the win conditions, it is a big ask for the side of SLF Kitsune because they will have to prioritize that utilization of that Lunox. They'll have to properly utilize Matilda, and it all comes down to how they are going to incorporate Matilda and Ixia all together because those two heroes together they can be very dangerous.
Exactly, and if we talk about Carmilla and Moscow as well, Carmilla can bind up the heroes, then Moscow would be able to take them down. So that could be a good combination as well. But if you look at the mid lane at this point, Lunox and Lilia are just focused on clearing out the minions for them, and things are looking very, very passive for all the players at this point because the junglers are focusing on to their buff areas where we can see Carmilla is rotating along with that Julian over there, as well as they are being followed up by that Lilia over there. There was a competition around that Lethal Wanderer, and the Lethal Wanderer goes to BB Bagicha, and that's an amazing start for BB Bagicha, I would say, because they have taken up that uh, goal lead. They had taken up that goal lead, but somehow SLFO Kitsune were able to take that goal lead for a game for a bit, and yeah, they have continued to do that even though the goal lead is very, very, very small, but they were able to do so. But in the meanwhile, if you look at the bottom lane area, a rotation has come towards the players of SLF Kitsune, and we can already see the first blood was taken by that Khalid. Alpha was being taken down, and we can already see that Moscow, we can see that many things were going on around that area. Phobius was taken down as well as Khalid. So things are looking quiet on the side of Bibi Bagicha. And if you look at the top lane area, the marksmen are taking their sweet time to face off the minion pressure and face off themselves.
And yes, you would say that it was a very risky gameplay from the side of Alpha to be actually in that position right before the Lord spawns. But then again, it was merely of what else could you do in that position. So nonetheless, they did get one kill off of that trade. It is still a two for one trade in that situation as the turtle spawns in the bottom lane. We'll have to see which team actually finds themselves in a position to actually secure this. Alpha is moving in on towards the turtle. He is joined by Phobius, of course. A very good team initiation comes out, and Moskov comes in, gets the kill of Lunox. Khalid is getting the kill, and it is a total dish out from the side of BB Bagicha as they will now focus on the turtle after getting three kills from that initiation at the expense
Exactly.
of one kill.
Exactly, that was an amazing gameplay coming out from them. And as I was saying, that Carmilla might bind the players, and then Moskov might come into the place and do a devastating damage. That's what exactly they did. And the first turtle of this match goes to the side of Bibi Bagicha, and already we can see that they are in an upper hand already. So I believe they would be taking advantage of that, and they would be rotating towards the top lane area where there is Aegea facing off that Moskov, and we can see Carmilla going there. But Matilda is there to follow up that Ixia, but Ixia is retreating back to the base. So she would be followed up by Lunox and Alpha. I believe these three players are rotating together. So I believe they have a game plan over here. And if we look at Lilia over there, she is very focused on farming at this point, and she is rotating very well as well. And if we look at the bottom lane area, the Phobius has already initiated a fight onto the Khalid, and the fight is still going on. Carmilla is following up the Khalid over there, but the damage coming out from the Phobius is huge. So it took three players to take him down, and Lilia was the one to pick out the kill of him, and Alpha gets taken out. Meanwhile, Moskov gets taken out in the top lane area as well. So if you look at the current situation, for the side of BB Bagicha, things have started very well, and the rotation is going towards the mid lane area. So let's see if any type of fight initiates from this particular lane.
And once again, the Alpha gets picked off at a time that where he actually needed to focus on jungling because their team is actually behind in gold. If we see the gold difference is almost coming up to 1.5k, 1.1k, and once again, the Ixia getting a kill of that Carmilla, but does end up giving her kill as well. But it has been given up as redemption because Julian gets picked up by Lunox. So this is actually very beautiful rotation coming from the side of Lunox. She's moving everywhere, and that is something that she needs to do because otherwise she won't be able to step in and put an authority and figure of herself in this game.
Exactly, and if you look at the current situation, Bibi Bagicha is still leading by 700 gold, and the gold lead might go to any team whenever they would secure the turtle. So it solely depends on the turtle at this point. But in the meanwhile, if you look at the bottom lane area, Carmela is trying to follow up Khalid over there. A rotation is going on. Phobius is jumping on to the players, and he is dealing a lot of damage, but Phobius is taken out. Carmilla gets taken down by Lunox over there. The fight still goes on as Moscow comes in and Alpha gets taken down. Double kill secured by that Lunox over there. So things are looking quiet on the side of SLFO till now, but three players are down from the side of BB Bagicha. So I believe two players were down, sorry. My bad. And they would be going in for the turtle, I believe. And yeah, there would be no contest for the turtle. But even though SLFO looked very good in a very upper hand position, they did not go for the turtle. So I would say that was not a wise decision. But in the meanwhile, if you look at the mid lane area, Cycling Eagle is being used by that Matilda over there. Julian gets taken down by Phobius. The fight still goes on, and I believe the player of SLF Fortuna might get cornered over there. And yes, he got punished over there. The Phobius got punished over there. So two players are down. So I don't think they should be putting up with the fight anymore. They have to retreat.
And I agree with you because SL4 has actually managed to slowly creep up to the goal gap. It is now almost neck and neck, but they are doing a bit of over exaggeration when it's coming to these initiations. Sometimes getting a bit unlucky, but sometimes it's just unnecessary up to a certain extent, if you would say so. But then again, they are making a recovery, so that is good for them.
Exactly, and in the meanwhile, if you look at the bottom lane area, Moscow has been taken down by that Alpha over there. Igja used her ultimate already, and double kill secured by that Alpha. Khalid got taken down, and things are not really quite good for them. The fight is still going on. They would be diving into the turret, and because of the turret, with a very low HP, who was able to retreat? Carmilla was able to retreat from the situation, and Lilia used her black shoes already, I believe. No, Lilia used her second skill to retreat from the situation, and in the mid lane area, we can see the fight is still there, and they are trying to take down that mid lane tier 3 because that's one of the most important turrets. Because if you get that mid lane tier 3, you get a better map control, and things might work out for you easily.
And yes, it has to be noted that if the mid lane T3 does go down, it does open up the map a lot for you. You can rotate more, you can place yourself in a more comfortable position for team fights. But one thing I'm noticing is that both the marksmen are actually doing what a marksman is supposed to do. Ixia was there to take down the turret on the top side. Moskov is doing the same thing right now. He's actually gone down and took two turrets instead, getting one up of Ixia. But you would think that at this time, given it's already been 8 minutes or so in the match, both these teams are very neck and neck. There is no clear winner. Although BB Bagicha had the upper hand in the early stage of this game, SLFO Kitsune has made a remarkable recovery, and now they're almost competing head to head.
Exactly, and the Lord is there, and no team has committed on the Lord yet. But we are seeing from the side of Baby Bagicha, they are trying to rotate towards that Lord area, and four of the players are there to lurk around that area. So let's see how they actually end up in the situation, because the first commit was from the side of Baby Bagicha, but they have not fully committed yet because they have another plan, I would say, and they have locked onto that Phobius. Phobius is trying to sustain, but he would be taken down by that Moscow in the process. So four players are now in the one player is down from the side of SLF Kitsune, so that gives Bibi Bagicha a upper hand in this period. So they would be going in for the Lord, I believe. But let's see if they actually do that. But since Moscow is there and Julian is there, so I don't think they would be giving out this opportunity to the opponent, and Junior was able to secure the first Lord. But with the help of the ultimate from Asia, Mega Kill was secured, and from this particular fight, 4 kills were taken from the side of BB Bagicha, and a double kill was secured by that Iggia over there. Even though they were able to secure the Lord, but because of the overstay, they had been punished. And it was just Lilia who was able to retrieve from the cornered situation.
Exactly. Just when you think that perhaps BB Bagicha are starting to get a rally and take this game into their own hands, immediately SLFO Kitsune replies with a four-man clean sweep from the side. Even though BB Bagisha did manage to secure the Lord, I don't think they will be able to utilize it too much up to what they hope for. But then again, it is still only 10 minutes. So let's see how the things shape up in the mid lane. They're trying to get that turret. They do get that turret. Asia had already committed, used her heavy barrage, but unfortunately, she was met with a raging sandstorm from Khalid. And even Moskov is now chipping in. Lunox getting the kill of Khalid, but I don't think she will be able to stop the Moskov at such close proximity, and she was not able to do so. And just like that, BB Bagicha are now once again back into the fray. This has been a back and forth game so far, Karna.
Exactly, and the meanwhile, the Lord was coming from the top lane area where Alpha was able to defend the Lord for now. But if you look at Baby Bagicha at this point, they are going very aggressive. They are securing the objects, they are clearing out the minions, they are clearing out the turrets as well. So if we look at the current situation, they have secured 5 of the turrets of SLF Kitsune, so they have an upper hand over here, I would say, because if they are able to secure the next Lord as well, they would be going in for the inhibitor of the mid lane, or the top lane is just the tier 2 of the bottom lane area, which they would be losing, I would say, in a very short period of time, because the minion pressure they would be facing is huge. And we have seen that BB Bagicha were actually very aggressive while securing the turret, since there is a Moskov in their team, so they have to look out for that, because Moskov can do any type of Moskov can do backdoor in any time, and that would be a heavy thing for them to face.
And exactly, they have to keep a close eye on that Moscow because of the versatility he has. He can go for that backdoor option if it is necessary, but at the same time, the damage output is starting to show from that Moscow. We're approaching the 13-minute mark already, and that Moscow is doing severe damage. So it is a matter of worry for the side of Team SLFO, but at the same time, they are not really bothered about just one particular hero. They are trying to gain as much as control in the map as they can. Matilda is trying her best to zone out the enemy or trying to locate where they are in the map, helping her team get vision. But right now, you would say that Team BB Bagicha have the upper hand as we're approaching this Lord, and Moscow does get picked off by the Phobius. Ixia using her ultimate once again gets a double kill. Alpha with the shutdown on Lilia, and this turned into a disaster for BB Bagicha as they are now 4-man down, and it will mean SLFO gets a very easy uncontested Lord. Verna.
Exactly, and it's just Khalil who is on his feet, but he has to retreat from the situation. But he somehow tries to defend the tier 2 of that mid lane, but he is dealing with a lot of damage as well. So he had to retreat, and he won't be able to defend the tier 2. Asia was the one to take it down, and with this particular Lord, I believe they would go in for both the tier 2s of the bottom lane and the top lane as well. But the Lord would be marching towards that base from the bottom lanes area, where we can see Asia is still there. I believe she would be following up the Lord while clearing out the minions, while clearing out the turrets, and in the meanwhile, it would be Phobius who would be zoning out the players of BB Bagicha. But let's see how they have actually planned to execute the match, because you can already see the rotation is coming towards the bottom lanes area from the side of BB Bagicha. They would try to melt down the Lord in this particular side, because they wouldn't want the Lord to come towards that inhibitor that might cause them a lot. The fight has broken down already. We can see that Carmilla was being taken down. Isha used her ultimate, getting a killing spree and got the kill of Khalid over there. And the Lord is still there, putting up a charge damage onto that inhibitor. The Phobius is still there, trying to put up a lot of damage. And the inhibitor was being secured, and they have went in for that inhibitor. So they would be facing, that is, Bibi Bagisha would be facing a lot of trouble while clearing out the super minions in the bottom lane area. But the fight is still going on. What do you think? Would they be able to defend these players?
It is actually quite tough to say that would they be able to defend it. They will clearly defend it in this way because the Lord could not make it to inside of the base. But then again, maybe Bagisha were two men down, given the fact that they have made a recovery is quite well enough. But you can see that SLFO Kitsune are starting to rally, starting to snowball at the very crucial point of this game. And BB Bagisha are just losing that hint of focus when it's actually needed. And that is why it's causing casualties in them. They're losing team fights, they're giving away unnecessary kills, getting caught mostly by Ixia and her ult. But you would believe that the Carmilla should be a bit more passive and initiate a bit more carefully. Perhaps that can give the opportunity for her teammates to actually take advantage and go for a team fight.
Exactly, I would agree to that completely. And if we look at the KDA of Ixia over there, this is 10 to 5. So this marksman would be causing a devastating problem for BB Bagicha if they do not focus onto her. And in every team fight, we have seen this. Ixia is maintaining a distance and then putting up a lot of damage onto the players after they have used their ultimate. So that is an amazing gameplay. That is a sneaky gameplay. That's a very tactical gameplay, I would say, not sneaky from the side of Ixia, but the Lord has spawned again, and from the side of SLF Kitsune, they are committing on the Lord. And from the side of Bibi Bagicho, we are seeing this Carmilla trying to provide vision for the team, but that is too late, and Ixia was the one to secured the Lord already. Phobius has been taken down by Lilia over there. Ygde used her ultimate once again, and Carmilla has been taken down by the Alpha over there. The fight is still going on, and Moscow is trying to secure the objective for himself. He doesn't want the opponent to get the red buff, and so we can see from their side, one player is still down. From the side of SLF Kitsune, one player is down as well, but they have the Lord, so they have an upper hand in this current situation, don't you think?
I will agree with to that because although it was a one for one trade between the two teams, you'll have to consider the fact that Team SLFO Kitsune is still getting the better of BB Bagicha because they are taking out that Carmilla every single time. The Carmilla's ultimate is what Team BB Bagicha will actually hope for to multiply their damage and get a proper win in an effective team fight. So they are not being able to utilize that, and that is a big win for the side of Team SLFO. On the other hand, BB Bagicha are still trying their best to hold on to this damage that Ikshe is dishing out, and they are actually finding no answer to this at all. Moscow tried to go in but gets melted down by Asia. Asia gets a double kill, finally succumbs to Julian, who gets a triple kill within that proximity. Alpha going in for the shutdown. Alpha gets a triple kill of his own, and it's been a total dish out for the team BB Bagicha, and SLFO Kitsune will take game number one.
Exactly. That was an electrifying match between two teams, and congratulations to SLF Kitsune for winning the first round. But since this is a best of three series, the team of BB Bagicha still has a chance to come back to this match. So let's see how they if they are able to do so. And for saying that, we would be taking a very short break and be right back.
girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
Round of the match between BB Bagisha versus LN and SLFO Kitsune. In the previous match, we had seen SLFO Kitsune getting that opportunity and finishing off that match. And let's see if they are able to do so in this match as well, in this round as well, or BB Bagicha does an epic comeback in this situation. And we are already in the drafting phase,
I
and
am
in the
not the
casting
only
deck, I'm
one
here with
bound
you,
by
Karuna,
these
and with me
chains.
is talented Gambit.
Thank you, Karuna. And exactly as we have seen in the previous match, SLFO Kitsune took their time, picked their moments, and made their way to that first victory in this best of three match. And this match could potentially be the last match of tonight, unless Bibi Bakicha has something else to say about it.
My
As we
mission
go
is to protect
through the ban
lives.
phase, we do see that both Phobius and Hylos get banned immediately from both teams. And this is very interesting because we see two very sustainable heroes getting banned up front. No surprises with the Phobius getting banned. It has been getting banned consistently tonight. But the Hylos as well, we've seen it feature in the bans up until the first few games, I believe, and after that we have seen it getting picked. But right now we're waiting up for the second ban from the side of Bibi Bagisha, and without hesitation, it is going to be that Ixia, which was actually the decisive element in the victory for SL for Kitsune. Prerna, what do you think about this Ixia ban?
I believe this would be
Need
a
some
very
stitches? I
amazing
can
ban because
help.
in the previous match we had seen an amazing gameplay coming out from that Asia, and it was as you say that this was the hero that actually helped them to achieve that victory. I
Fleeting
would
as a
completely agree to
snowflake's
that. So
breath,
that was
as
understandable ban
timeless as a
coming out from
Light
glacier
them.
is
And
path.
if we look
born
at the
by
current
thy wish.
situation, Zushin
Guided
is getting
by
banned as well
lantern's
as that
light.
Melissa and Hylas from the side of SLF Kitsune, and it would be Aurora from the side of Bibi Bagicha, and they are hovering onto that Rafaela. So this team are going to pick that support hero for them because I believe they know already that the opponent might pick another support hero like Matilda or it could be
Sand rises when I give the
Florin.
word.
So yeah, but they just played with
And
me.
the girls with their
Yeah,
nails done.
and the first pick would be of Khalid. So Khalid would be going in for the EXP lane, and with the help of his mobility, I believe this time he would be
Always
able
on the
to turn
way.
the match to their side.
Nails done.
And I totally agree with you, Prerna. But once again, we do see that Matilda getting picked up from the side of SLFO Kitsune. And Matilda has been influential in the last match, perhaps not as much as we wanted it to be, but still influential nonetheless. And we have to see what do SLFO actually pick as a counter pick for this Khalid, because the Khalid is very influential in the off lane and it has that element of surprise of jumping into
Shadows
team
loom,
fights,
but my faith will always
making your
protect me.
opponents forced to relocate and do what they're not wanting to do. But we do see the Vexana pick from the side of SLFO, and in counter to that, we see the Lilia getting picked up once again from BB Bagicha. I think this is a very
It's like
sensible
blood.
pick, and they do also pick up the Carmilla, so they're picking off from where they left in the last match with this composition. And perhaps this time they will try something different, perhaps tweak a bit here and there, change the initiation plan a bit, and let's see. Perhaps they will be able to make it work this time around.
I believe that as well, because if we talk about Vixana, she has that ability to poke out the heroes and she has the ability to carry the match by herself. So she would be followed up by Matilda. So I believe this
I'm the
match
priestess of
is
primal
going to
lightning,
work out
the
according
hunter
to
of all
that.
the
But
evil
it's a matter of
gods.
fact that we have to wait for seeing the execution of both the teams. And already we can see from the side of SLF Kitsune, they have
Girls with their nails
picked onto
done.
that edit to go for that EXP lane, I believe. So we would be seeing Khalid facing off that Edit at this point. And in the late game, I believe that Edit would be the one who would dish out a lot better damage than the Khalid, because after all, she's a marksman and she is sustainable as well. So things might work out better for her, but let's see how they have actually planned on to facing this edit off. And with that being said, we can see that Julian is getting banned from the side of SLF Kitsune since there is no jungler pick yet from any of the teams. So I believe they would be going in for the jungler oriented ban.
And yes, we do see that Bane featuring once again. It has been a constant ban over the last two matches, although it was not the case in the earlier matches tonight, but Bane is now frequently seen in the bans, perhaps due to the mechanics Bane has to offer in team fights with the disrupt from his ultimate and stuff. And we do see that both these teams, they are still yet to decide on a jungler pick, which is quite interesting. In the previous match, we saw that the Julian was picked up quite early, and Team BB Bagicha actually went for a very targeted ban, focusing on all the mages. But this time around, they have changed that tactic, perhaps for the greater good. And now we'll have to wait and see what they have in store.
Exactly. Since we are not seeing any type of marksman pick yet, I believe that this is going to be a marksman oriented ban from their side as well. But let's see if they are thinking the same, or if they actually if they actually ban out on Suyu or any other jungler. But yes, they have banned out that Brody. So yeah, they do not want another hero who might just cover up the range. So that was an amazing ban, I would say. That was an wise decision, I would say. So the next pick would be from the side of SLF Kitsune, and they are hovering on to the Hanabi. So if we talk about Hanabi at this point, she can deal a lot of damage to the turret, as well as she can bounce off her skills onto many heroes, which might be a problem. But the only problem is she does not have that much of mobility, so that might cause them to suffer. But on the meanwhile, if you look at BB Bagicha, they're finally hovering on to that Hayabusa and Claude. So this is going to be the first time tonight when we will be watching this Hayabusa gameplay, I believe.
And yes, finally we do see an assassin that is not banned and makes it up to the final team. And the same can be said for Hanabi. Hanabi making a feature in this match. We haven't seen Hanabi tonight yet. And Nathan also gets picked up from the side of BB Bagicha. So it's a very interesting lineup, if you would say, from the side of BB Bagicha. They have gone out for an all-out damage composition, but at the same time, they have that option to just blink out of team fights if necessary with the Nathan, with the Hayabusa, even with the Khalid, using the Flicker and the Raging Sandstorm to retreat if it's necessary. And we close up the drafting phase with the final pick coming out from SLF Kitsune. They decide to go with the Alpha once again. What would you say about this Alpha pick, Prerna? Because I did not expect them to go with the Alpha.
I expected them to go with Ling because Ling was open, but they went in for Alpha. So I believe they were waiting. They were actually relying on sustainable heroes because Alpha is bit tanky in some situations. So I believe they have focused onto that. So with the help of Fear of Alpha, he would be able to dish out a lot of damage as well as he can sustain in team fights longer than a Ling. So let's see how they actually execute this. But since there is a Hanabi in their team, So they have that chances of sneaky attacks on the opponents as well. So these things might turn out to be very exciting in this particular round.
And yes, there are a lot of factors and a lot of co-factors that are in play, particularly for this match. This is a do or die situation for Baby Bagicha because they have to come back in this match. Otherwise, we will see SLF Kitsune progress to the next round in this tournament. So they will have to give it their all, and they have indeed got the lineup to give it their all. But it's only a matter of time, and we'll find out as we see that the junglers are doing their thing in their jungle, getting their buffs up early, trying to position themselves within the Little Wanderer. We do see Hayabusa, however, go for the red buff. Perhaps he will skip on the Little Wanderer, maybe. And we also see Alpha doing the same thing. So, what is your opinion on this rotation, Prerna, that the junglers not prioritizing the Little Wanderer and going for the other buff first?
I believe that Hayabusa already knew that the mage and tank would be there for the Little Wanderer competition, so he did not go for that. But for Alpha, I don't know what he was thinking about it. But in the meanwhile, if you look at the mid lane area, we can see that Lilia is clearing up the minions very easily. But if we talk about Vixana, she has a passive and she can burst out the minions very easily with her passive. So in this particular thing, she has an upper hand over there, and there is Matilda in their team as well, so she can retreat from any corner situation over there. So let's see actually they have how they have actually planned on to the things, and we can already see the rotation is going towards that bottom lane area where the marksmen are facing off each other. So the plan is basically to corner out the marksman, I believe, and we can already see that Matilda is not leaving Hanabi alone, and they are together facing off that Nathan. But if we look at the top lane area, Alpha was there to follow up that edit to face off that Khalid over there, but the rotation is still around that area, around that lane. But if you look at the mid lane at this point, Carmilla is facing off that Matilda. So these two roamers are facing off each other, but Carmilla dealt a lot of damage already, so she has to retreat. And already we can see from the side of Alpha, he is trying to commit on the Lord first, and Carmilla is there, but the first blood was secured by Hanabi over there, but the turtle was being secured by Vixana over there, and Vixana was able to secure the kill of Carmilla over there. The fight is still going on. The Eternal Guard is there to poke out the players of Bibi Bagicha, and they are being chased down, but I don't think he would be able to sustain in the situation. And yes, Lilia gets taken down by that Vixana. So this mage is doing an amazing job. So see why Vixana was banned in the previous match. We can already see why she was banned.
And when you put up gameplays like this, it is very casual for you to get target banned by your opposition. And Vexana is showing exactly that. Not only did she get the turtle, she also got the kill of Carmilla, which eventually gave her team the opportunity to go after Lilia and secure that kill as well. So I will have to say that that was very great gameplay coming from the side of SLFO Kitsune. But if we do check in the top lane right now, Khalid is trying to lure in Edith to the bush, trying to bait it, but I believe Edith might have saw the bait and did not go for it. In the bottom lane, however, things are shaping up to go for a team fight, but Hayabusa backs off, decides it's not worth it, and I believe that was the right decision from his part. Hanabi and Nathan still going at it at each other, and both teams are showing signs of aggression. SLFO Kitsune is still 3 kills up ahead of their opposing teams. So this is shaping up very interestingly as we go on near to the second turn.
Exactly, and if you look at the top lane area, we can see that Khalid was facing a bit of trouble while facing that Edit, but Edit took a lot of damage as well. But if we look at the map, Alpha is there to follow up that Edit over there, and the rotation is coming from the side of BB Bagicha as well. That Hayabusa is waiting for an opportunity to backdoor, and already the killing spree was secured by Vixana over there. Khalid gets taken out by her, and Carmilla used her Curse of Blood, but the Eternal Guard is there to rescue, I believe. And yes, Carmilla will be taken down by that Edit. The Eternal Guard would be chasing down that Lilia, but it would be melted down because of the turret. But the turtle is there, and and Hayabusa is still waiting for a sneaky attack. But in the meanwhile, Nathan gets taken out by the Hanabi in the bottom lane area. Alpha gets the kill of secures the turtle, and Vixana gets the kill of Hayabusa over there. That was not what I expected.
That was actually very unfortunate for Hayabusa because just as he blinked in to get that sneaky retribution on the turtle, he got caught by Edith. And when Edith catches you, best believe you have nowhere to run, no matter what hero you are playing, because Edith always has a follow up in her mind. And if you zone into the bottom lane right now, we do see the marksman lane is pretty crowded. And you would expect that for gold laners, but right now, neither of the two marksmen are being able to establish that much of an influence that their teammates are being able to. But still, they are keeping at their own pace, doing their own thing, minding their own business, playing it safe until they have the items, until they have enough gold to actually start utilizing and making a contribution in team fights. Where not?
Exactly, and the rotation is going towards the top lane area from the side of SLF Kitsune. So they are trying to corner out that Khalid, I believe, and Edith was there to jump onto him, but somehow she missed it. But if we look at Khalid at this point, he is outnumbered over there, so he has to play very safe. Otherwise, he might be in trouble. But the rotation somehow did not work out in that way as we expected, and still there is still a possibility because we can see SLFO Kitsune are trying to do something around the top lane area. But if you look at the kill difference, it is 7-0. So this is very huge at this point. Matilda used her ultimate or used her cycling eagle already, but we can see that a lot of damage is being dealt on her, and she is being taken down. But Leah is ready, and already we can see Nobles is getting a lot of damage, but instead we can see another player was being taken down in the process, and the turtle would be spawning. The turtle has spawned, and I believe that it would be SLF or Kitsune who would be competing on the turtle because there is no one from the side of BB Bagicha to contest for the turtle, and without being safe, Alpha was the one to secure the turtle, and somehow they have successfully started the snowballing for them.
And yes, you will agree that an uncontested objective does give the upper hand to a team. Mentally, it gives you that knowledge that the opposing team is not ready to contest with you. But on the other hand, it just gives you that basic advantage of a goal push, and that goal gap creates pressure on the opposing team itself. So it is a big win, I would say, for SL4 Kitsune. But on the other hand, Nathan is actually doing quite a good job trying to hold up almost two heroes. Finally, he gives away his turret, being forced to do so. And we do see Hayabusa trying an initiation but failing to do anything. Hanabi gets caught in the act. Hanabi finally manages to take Nathan down. Nathan over initiating a bit in my perspective, but he did not get any support from his team or roamer whatsoever. Hanabi getting that kill. The kill tally is now 9-1 in favor of SLFO Kitsune as we are approaching 9 minutes into this game, and it goes to 10-1 for SLFO Kitsune. And the top tier 3 also goes down. Prerna, what do you make of these encounters?
I don't know how they would be able to actually defend this whole lineup because look at the damage coming in from that Hanabi, look at the damage coming in from that Vixana as well. And every time the Eternal Guard is putting up a lot of pressure onto the players of Bibi Bagicha, and that is causing a lot of trouble for them. And if we look at the current map, and we can see that a rotation is going towards that bottom lanes area where there is Hayabusa trying to clear out the minion pressure, and Carmilla is there to follow him up. But I don't think that would be that much of successful thing to do because they would be retreating from the situation, and the Lord would be spawning in any moment, and the Lord has spawned already. Yeah, and yes, I don't think this would be wise decision for any of the players from any of the teams to initiate any fight before that Lord. And yes, from the side of SLF Kitsune, we are seeing them to commit onto the Lord. So let's see if any type of fight breaks out in this particular area.
And once again, we see that both teams are initiating in the Lord. Hanabi manages to secure the Lord. Vexana gets the kill of Hayabusa. Once again, this Vexana has been a real menace for the side of Team BB Bakicha. And we see a four-man wipe from the side of SLFO Kitsune, totally dismantling BB Bagicha as they try to initiate for this Lord. Only Nathan survives because Nathan did not take part in that fight. Nathan instead decided to go and clear the bottom lane. He might get away with the recall unless Matilda is able to catch her. No, Nathan does make it back into his base, but it is a total disaster for Team BB Bagicha as SLF Kitsune manages to secure the Lord as well as give them proper dish out for that initiation.
Ooh, look at that damage coming in from that Alpha. That was an amazing initiation coming out from him. Call and get that initiation was helped him to get a kill of another player over there. I missed out the player, but look at the damage coming in from the Lord as well. The Lord was there, but Nathan was there to defend the Lord. But in the meanwhile, we can see in the mid lanes area, they're trying to take down that inhibitor, but they won't be able to do so for now. But let's see if they are able to defend the turret for long. And the rotation is going towards the bottom lane area. I believe they would be able to secure that tier 2 of bottom lane, and they are trying to get a hold of that Matilda, but Matilda would be able to sustain from the situation. And look at the damage coming in from that Hanabi, and Carmilla gets melted down by her, and double kill secured by this marksman. So this marksman is proving to be fatal for BB Bagisha, and they have went in for the inhibitor of the mid lane area. Triple kill secured by Hanabi over there. I believe they would be going in for that phase.
And we do see that the Hanabi gets 3 kills in that situation. The flow of this game is totally opposite of what we've seen from the previous game. This has been a landslide for BB Bagicha so far, as they are desperately trying to defend this base, but they are not being able to just stand in front of this Hanabi, who giving the damage, and Alpha capitalizing on this damage. A monster kill comes out for Vexana. Nathan is the only one surviving for his team, as they are just not being able to do anything about SLF Kitsune at all. Nathan tries to defend, but I don't think it will be successful. His efforts go in vain as SLF Kitsune secures game 2 in this series and wins 2-0.
Exactly. So congratulations to SLF Kitsune for winning this particular round as well. So the match goes to their side as well. So this is going to be the last match of tonight, and we have got our winners for tonight. And there were 4 teams playing for tonight, and we would be back at the same time tomorrow with a different round. So we would be taking leave for now. In the casting deck, I was here with you, Prerna, and with me was was the amazing Gambit.
Yes, we were treated to such delightful matches, and hopefully we will be treated to matches when we return. So up until then, good night to you all. Take care and stay well.
I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done.